Let's go across now to the Sydney Cricket Ground and welcome Sandy Roberts. Your adrenaline must be flowing, Sandy, after last night's fantastic finish at Footy Park.
Yes, you're quite right, Bruce. Well, welcome to you and hello to everyone from Sydney. And Roscoe?
Sandy, how are you?
Fantastic game last night, but let's talk about today. Wonderful weather conditions here in Sydney. As far as Sydney are concerned, Ross, this is one of the most important games of the year. There's a feeling if they can get over this, they are well on the way, particularly bearing in mind they don't have another home game for probably a month.
Yes, I know Richard Collis, their chairman, Sandy's very keen for that win to come through today, particularly crowd-wise, to get that support. They've worked very hard to get the people to come along and watch them, and with the impetus of the Lockett, the Roos players coming through, they've used those players to market Sydney to get the crowds back. So you're right, not only get the people to come through regularly, but also to get themselves into the 8.
Having said that, though, it's an equally important game for the Tigers, who've been on a roll, a minor hiccup or two, but it's going to be a sensational game, Bruce.
It sure will, Sandy. We'll go to John Northey in about a minute's time. Let's go to Subiaco just to set up that match today, Fremantle and Brisbane. Good afternoon, or it's morning actually. Drew Morfitt and Terry Wheeler, how are you going, boys?
Yes, pretty early in the morning, Bruce. We're all right here. This game is steeped in tradition. It's a little bit like Melbourne and Collingwood. Yes, it's the Bears and the Dockers here this afternoon at Subiaco Oval. Actually, Wills, we had a bit of rain here this morning, which is unlike coming to Perth for a game of footy.
It certainly is, and it'll be interesting to see how it does settle down for the afternoon. And probably the most interesting aspect, Drew, is that the Bears are over here for some 8 days on this double that they're undertaking, and the first leg of it this afternoon is a very, very important one for them.
Yeah, well, Dwayne Lamb's going to be our boundary rider today, and he's a Subiaco bloke. He knows this ground, even though it's changed over the summer. But what about the conditions down there, Lammy?
Drew, well, I'm actually hiding in the grandstands at the moment to keep away from the rain, but it'll be a real test for Subi today with the first bit of rain. But the clouds are starting to break up a little bit, so I don't think we're going to get a lot of rain. But with the changes they've made to the ground, the drainage is a real bonus now, so I'm sure it's not going to upset the ground at all.
Good on you. We'll be speaking to you later in the day. It should be a great game, important for both clubs here at Subiaco Oval. The second half of a double-header here today, Bruce.
Yeah, hard to pick, I reckon, that one, Drew. It's 7-5 to 10-4 in the reserves at half-time. Collingwood leading Melbourne. Let's go back to the Sydney Cricket Ground. John Northey, thanks very much, John. I know it's about an hour to go. John, I feel in a way Carlton losing has given you, I mean, you don't need much more incentive to win a footy game, but it gives you the chance to go top. I think coming into this match, a lot of people felt that Sydney had the mental edge over you. Now you've got a lot to throw at your players as well.
Oh yes, we have, Bruce. We had that opportunity also last week and we let that one slip, but Sydney today is very important. I know it's very important for them. However, when you get an opportunity to get on the top of the ladder, which throughout probably a lot of the players we've got throughout their career, they just haven't had that opportunity. So, and hopefully, you know, we've got to be aiming for the top 4, and now we have got an opportunity to finish on or get on to the top position, and we've just got to give it everything we've got.
Yeah, John, Sandy Roberts here up above you in the commentary position. Sydney leading in the reserves by 11 points for those people interested at the moment. John, I was interested in your travel arrangements, speaking to some of your players, because the reserves, I think, must have had early morning reminder calls to get on their plane this morning. And some of your senior players were a little surprised that you didn't spend the night up here before a game like this. They felt their routine was, well, maybe on a Saturday you get out of bed at, say, 9:30, 10 o'clock. That routine was a little out of kilter.
Well, you know, I mean, you probably can't satisfy everybody. I believe this is the best way to operate, that you, whether it's Adelaide or whether it's Sydney, but in particular this weekend being Sydney, the best thing is to hop up a little bit earlier, have your own comforts of home, and then get up even earlier and get to the airport. I know the reserves had to get out there by 7 o'clock, but the senior squad, we're out there by about 8:30. I really don't think that has any bearing, and I think this in particular is the best way to do it.
John, you've played most of the games at the MCG today, up to date. Obviously the Sydney Cricket Ground's a lot shorter. Dealing with Gale and Richardson, have you sort of told them maybe they've got to push a lot further up? Because as you know, the ball is more of a bit of a centre-half forwards graveyard on this ground.
Well, it is. The beauty about this ground, I dare say, and we have 2 grounds, one where we play in the MCG and certainly the Richmond Cricket Ground, which is very, very similar size. So if we play the way we trained, and we have trained this week, you know, that really I don't think should have any bearing, but we're still very much aware of what can happen to the centre-half forward line here.
John, Terry Wheeler, with regard to that, with Richardson, Edwards and Gale being so very good for you at the moment, I think the key's been Nick Daffy and Chris Naish. They've been excellent for you at the foot of those contests.
Well, they have, you know. I think we can do a lot better there too, even though having 3 forwards. Our scores 4 haven't been the desired effect that we would require, because we're still in the middle of the pack as far as kicking goals is concerned. But I think on a day like this, where it's really sunny weather, it creates an atmosphere for any player to be able to play out there, and particularly our quick running players, as you say, Nick Daffy, who's kicked a couple each week for us. We need 5 or 6 out of him. We need, you know, 3 or 4 out of all the other forwards, because we just haven't really honed in on kicking high enough scores, and certainly today that we haven't got any excuses whatsoever.
John, Ross Glendinning just also in Sydney. With Scotty Turner playing fullback last week on Ablett, he comes up against Lockett today possibly. Any special instruction, John, or in help during the week to try and combat Lockett in that role?
Well, what do you say, Ross? I mean, you just got to say you play him as tight as you possibly can.
Yep.
Scotty Turner, I thought, played a reasonable game for us last week.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think he was well supported by the players around him at that stage, because he got quite a few he punched the ball away quite a bit, and did a very good job. But then Ablett's finish up with 7 or 8. Today, of course, as we know, it's the supply that we need to cut off. Tony Lockett's a great player, and Scotty's playing fairly well. Hopefully his pace will be an advantage to him today, where maybe we can make Tony Lockett work a hell of a lot harder than perhaps he does by getting the ball into him, and hopefully we can run the ball out and make him work a little bit. But there's certainly no special instructions, I must say, regarding that player.
John, you mentioned, I'm sure you would have been looking at the video you saw with the Swans play Carlton last week. Paul Roos, now I think he started at centre-half back and moved into the ruck as a loose man, and then cut Carlton to ribbons. So obviously you've looked at it. What do you plan to do about that today?
Well, we've had a look at that, and it appeared as though that's what he was doing. You know, we know that we need to come up with something, and you know, whatever that may be, well, we'll certainly give that to ourselves.
Give it away to us. You can tell Melbourne.
Yeah, can't give you anything at the moment.
Good on you, John. A lot of people are listening. John, what about damage control? I saw Geelong beat North Melbourne in similar circumstances to how they beat you last week, and North Melbourne went off the ground with their tails between their legs. We've seen Carlton yesterday not come back after a loss. I mean, what have you done this week at Richmond after, you know, your first loss for the year? So it's been new ground for you this year. Well,
it was, but it was a poor performance by us. I mean, we didn't really put our bodies in. We weren't hard around the ball. We were second to the ball. We've worked on that early in the week. We gave them fairly hard and torrid training sessions in that area. I think, you know, no doubt now we can look at the football. It's a really, as well as it is physical, but certainly a very mental game where you've really got to be highly tuned in, because if you're not, you get left at the starting post, and that's an area that we've got to work on today, particularly from the first bounce, be as hard as we have over those 7 wins that we've had, and then I believe if we do, we'll certainly notch another win up.
John, Drew Morford over at Subiaco. Your best damage controller, I reckon Chris Bond, your best and fairest last year. What about a rap for him? He does the job week in, week out, doesn't he?
Well, he has, and I must say, you know, we need other players like Bondy, because it's very difficult to give players like Bond and Turner and Kellaway these specific jobs each week. We need to be able to develop other players, but certainly they do a magnificent job, and particularly Chris Bond, who, as you said, Drew, won our best and fairest last year, has done a magnificent job, and it's difficult, but he loves doing that job, and hopefully today that he'll do another great job for us.
And is that Paul Kelly?
Well, we'll wait and see.
Tell you what, John, you're not giving too much away, is he, Drew? But what did you say to the umpires at three-quarter time? You can tell us that last week.
No, I didn't say anything to the umpires. I was talking to Stuart Maxfield, actually, as he came across the centre, dissecting his game and the performances of other particular people on the ground.
Fair enough. John, thanks for your time. Good luck today. It's going to be a great match.
Good on you, Bruce.
We're really looking forward to John Northey, and we're going to take a break on game day. Another special guest, Leigh Matthews, right after this.
David C&O, come on and move. Took a good hard look at ourselves.
How was the second honeymoon?
Unbelievable. Day one, David's getting breakfast. Next thing, he's standing on the bed wearing nothing but the tray.
Kate!
Right. He trips, wrecks his knee, and we've got scrambled eggs from here to the Gold Coast. Luckily, we've got Aussie Car Assist with the comprehensive insurance. They brought us back home from Queensland, and they brought the car back.
Aussie Assist sounds expensive.
That's free.
Well, what sort of insurance company does that?
RACV Insurance. It's not just another insurance company.
G'day, Romeo.
You had
Regular professional steam cleaning protects and extends the life of your carpets and upholstery. And no one is more professional than Myer Cleaning Services, who give you great value for money and a great job every time. 5 rooms plus your hallway for only $79, and our money-back guarantee if you're not happy. Long live your carpets and upholstery. Call Myer Cleaning Services now on 265 6700 and speak to the cleanest name in the business.
Oh, just look at you, Martin. You're soaked.
Yeah, and we didn't catch a thing.
Looks like the only thing you caught was a cold.
This will help you breathe better. V for Vapor Rub. Bye-bye, stuffy nose.
Vicks Vapor Rub has medicated vapours for fast relief.
Ah, my little fisherman's made a great recovery. What's that you're drawing?
The one that got away.
Vicks Vapor Rub. Say goodbye to a stuffy nose.
When I got that pain from the ice cream, I went straight to the dentist. He said my teeth were sensitive to hot or cold, so I got Sensodyne.
Used daily, Sensodyne relieves the pain of sensitive teeth.
Sensodyne works for me.
We're talking big.
Yeah.
Very big.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah.
We're talking a 50% bigger, better burger than ever before with 50% more of that famous Hungry Jack's Flame Grilled beef.
Gigantic.
Yeah.
We're talking the biggest bacon double cheeseburger deluxe ever.
With more beef in every bite.
50% more beef and still only $2.95.
Got the hungries for Hungry Jack's.
Sensational.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Your big colour pages is so big, it lists all businesses. Yet so cleverly designed, it's all in one compact book. Next time, think big. It's quicker.
I love those people sipping, drinking, stirring that Lipton tea. I love those people pouring and jiggling, making that Lipton tea. Look at them jiggling, look at them wiggling, look at them giggling, laughing, smiling, chuckling, grinning. I love those people who drink that Lipton. I love those people who drink that Lipton. I love those people who drink that Lipton tea.
On Blue Heelers,
Somewhere out there, there's a murderer.
Nick's first solo
You
case
sure you're up to this job?
could mean a clash between the city slickers and the country cops.
His best isn't good enough.
Discover Australian drama at its best. Then, a bloodbath in the ER.
Kid walked into the ER with an assault weapon.
Now a doctor must save a murderer.
If I hiccup, he'll never wake up.
No one would blame him.
Did you kill this patient?
TV doesn't get more real. Chicago, Tuesday on 7.
Took a good hard look at ourselves. We gave it EPC
every possible chance.
Game day from the MCG today. Gerard Healy's just joined me from the Sports World panel. You've dashed across here pretty quickly. It's an exciting day when Melbourne play Collingwood at the G, isn't it?
It is. Traditional rivals, and already the crowd is pretty big. A lot of people outside trying to get in, and I think we're going to have a great game.
I'm sure we are. It's our pleasure now to introduce Leigh Matthews. Leigh, thank you very much. It's half-time in the reserves.
Yes.
Leigh, what do you make of... are you a tipster, by the way? Do you go into tipping competitions around town?
No.
What do you make of it all? I mean, does it change the way you think about coaching and preparing for games? All these upsets, Hawthorn home and hose yesterday, you know, the Saints beating Carlton. Do you make anything of it?
I think it reinforces your basic thinking that I've probably thought for 20 years. I mean, you know, it's a human game, and, you know, when you've got sort of 42 human beings making up the two teams, variables happen. I mean, the whole evening up of the competition has been a deliberate thing with the draft and salary caps and all those issues. So the fact that any side can have a good win against any other side in any particular weekend doesn't surprise me at all, really. I just think it confirms what you always know to be a fact.
Leigh, Sandy Roberts here in Sydney. Let's just talk about last weekend. Your first half sensational,
Yes.
Some 11 goals up at half-time. How did you assess your third quarter? Was it a case of probably seeing some of your best football for the year and also some of your not so good?
Well, yes, the first 15, 20 minutes of the third quarter, I mean, the opposition kicked 6 goals before we got a goal. From that point onward, we probably, you know, outscored them for the rest of that last quarter and a half. But for that first 15 or 20 minutes, we just lost the threads, and it just goes to prove that that's what happens. I mean, we started to get beaten out of the centre bounces, made a few disposal errors, and the opposition got on the scoreboard. I mean, you were correct. The first half was as good as we've played. I thought we really had a, you know, exceptional first half, but that 15 or 20 minutes was a pretty bad patch.
Carrying on from that first half, then, do you believe, like some, that you may have turned the corner?
Well, I don't know what turn the corner means, to be honest. I think turn the corner is always a 5-minute thing. I mean, you can be playing badly one quarter and then the side can play well the following quarter. I don't think the turn the corner expression, I don't think I really believe in that. I mean, the game is like minute by minute, quarter by quarter, match by match, and that's the way it is. It's not just a cliche. And, you know, you can have a good patch of form. There's a lot of other factors that affect it. I mean, the composition of the team affects it a fair bit. I mean, the same jumpers run out there every week for every club, but of course the players within the jumpers can vary. I mean, if you're playing well and you're putting the same side on the field most weeks, well, hopefully you got something more of a consistent level.
Leigh, Ross meeting up in Sydney with Sandy. A fellow who I think is so very important to your side, Gary Pert, with that problem with his back, can you see him struggling to play full seasons from here on in, Leigh?
Well, yes. I mean, he's almost about to reach the magical 30 years of age, and he has had a lot of injury problems. I mean, he's had 2 knee reconstructions. That in itself's a big thing to overcome. And every now and again his sort of back plays up and, you know, the odd muscular strain. So, you know, he hasn't got a young body, you might say, but he is important for us because he gives us some stability and experience and direction, I think, in our back half. So he's a valuable player, but I think once you reach 30 years of age, it tends to have to be a year at a time. It might be another 5 years at a time, but, you know, you're never quite sure, or you can't plan, I don't think, for a long-term future.
Leigh, Terry Wheeler, and I endorse your words about the season is a week-to-week proposition, but a lot of the coaches' work is done pre-season, Leigh, and I was very interested to see where the Collingwood Football Club have put a substantial offer to the cricket club to sort of relocate them so you can get more than just the six-month access to Victoria Park. What state of play is that sort of a deal in at the moment, Leigh?
Well, it had times it's looked like it was about to happen, and I think it will happen shortly, but largely I think, I mean, I'll just get the siren out of the road. To relocate the cricket club was going to cost, you know, a lot of money, more than the dollars would have made it worth. But it is obviously a nuisance for every league club. The majority of us have to probably do our pre-season training around a cricket pitch up until the middle of March, and the Collingwood Cricket Club always seem to be in the finals, so we always seem to go to late to March. But it seems, just purely from a cricket point of view, that there's amalgamation and mergers in the VCA, the Cricket Association's even more at hand, I think, than in the AFL. So hopefully we will have the use of the ground all year round, but it's certainly not immediate. And at this point, we're going to have to go that same program over the next pre-season.
Leigh, Jared Healy over in the box. We saw that Michael Christian wasn't out in the reserves. Do we expect him to play in a couple of hours' time?
Yeah, well, he'll play in a couple of hours, yeah. I mean, we sort of make a standard thing not to comment on the team after selection before the game. That way, if we want to tell any lies, we don't have to. You know, but he's not in the reserve, so it's a pretty clear bet that he'll probably be playing in an hour's time.
So I guess Dermott is probably going to miss, but I'm interested in David Swartz coming back after a knee reconstruction only 4 months ago. Quite a remarkable story in itself.
Yes.
But would you, as a coach, playing without a game in the reserves?
Oh, on principle, no, I wouldn't, I must say, but you've got to have observed his training over the last month or 2 months. I mean, Melbourne have made a judgment on seeing him close hand, and really they're in the position to make that judgment. And, you know, maybe if Gary Lyon definitely doesn't play, well, he's not picked, so I doubt if he's playing, they maybe thought, well, what have we got to lose? But for any league player, because it's not only that he's missed 4 months, of course, he hasn't played since last September, so he's giving a lot of match practice away. He's a super player, we know that, but you know, I would hope today is not a day that he really, you know, finds form really quickly.
Leigh, Dwayne Lamb here from Subiaco.
Yes, Dwayne.
I was just wondering about Lee Walker. He never seemed to stand up over here as far as injuries go. How's he tracking over there now?
Yeah, fairly good. I mean, he's had a couple of getting outdone by the Sowen. He's had a couple of niggly things. He hurt a quad in the pre-season and another muscular strain a little bit after that, hurt his back the other week. But, you know, he's been good. He's enthusiastic. He's trained hard. He's got a great level of natural fitness for a bloke of his size. And, you know, I think he's got a real future. And we really needs continuity of sort of games and training and matches over probably a season or two, even though he's doing quite a good role at senior level anyway. But, yeah, he's been a great acquisition, we believe.
We'll let you go, Leigh. Half-time here in the reserves. We will be talking to Neil Balme a little later. By the way, Jared Healy reminded me you were in a tipping competition. They had you down to pick Carlton against Collingwood. Well, remember that?
Maybe that was the sort of example not to bother tipping at all. No, but really, I mean, if you're in a tipping competition and you're involved with one of the clubs, it becomes a useless tip, doesn't it, in the first place? So I withdrew gracefully.
Good on you, Leigh. Thanks, mate. All the best.
Thanks, Bruce.
Leigh Matthews, and they have a great history between these two clubs. It goes back a long, long way. Melbourne v Collingwood.
Collingwood and Melbourne developed into staunch opponents after playing in 7 grand finals between 1926 and 1964. The Magpies won just one of those flags and have also lowered their colours in the past decade.
Jakovic. Oh, he's got it, Jakovic. An open goal looms. Another goal for the Demons, goal number 7.
Alan Jakovic had a day out with 9 goals and a big Demon win in 1993. Just as Mark Jackson was the leader of the pack in 1982 when the D's dominated. But Collingwood holds a decisive advantage in the overall head-to-head, winning 130 of 204 encounters. Round 21, 1991, was one of the best in recent times. A 72-point victory set up by the creativity of Gavin Brown and Tony Francis. Apart from last year's thrilling 5-point game, where the Magpie faithful still believe a disallowed Brown goal on the half-time siren cost them the game, Melbourne-Collingwood fixtures have been one-way traffic. The average winning margin, 34 points, in the last 34 games.
Centre wing.
Unload with the long ball. Huge kick. Down towards the stretch. It's a magnificent
Melbourne and Collingwood should be a tremendous match. Subiaco today, not such a tradition as Drew mentioned earlier between Fremantle and Brisbane, but it's going to be a great game, Drew, and I find it impossible to pick a winner here.
Well, I reckon it's pretty hard. They're 10th and 12th on the ladder. They both won 3 and lost 5. Maybe Fremantle ahead of expectations and maybe the Bears slightly behind. How do you read it?
Yeah, it is very tough, isn't it, Drew? With Fremantle look a little bit stronger, bringing 7 players in, and namely Chisholm, Kickett and Delaney, giving them some great pace, and all players who play Jared Neesham's style of play so very, very well. But then on the other hand, you know, I think if Brisbane are ever going to win a game away from the Gabba, you know, this has got to be the one for them. So it is so finely balanced just at the moment.
And this is the Doomsday Double. They're here for the whole week because they've got the Eagles next week. You'd reckon they'd want to get one up and then maybe picnic during the week. A Bears picnic during the week?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, if Robert Walls was to identify one, and I think that's what he could realistically look at, one win out of this trip, this is the one. And so, you know, it's interesting. The boys have already been in nice and early, had a look at the track, and they're looking quite prepared and ready to go.
And you've looked at some of the matchups that we might be able to look forward to today.
Well, yes, I think in the midfield definitely is going to be a key for both these sides because they are a possession-type side, and in the centre of the ground, Ben Allen and Adrian Fletcher, 2 players who were equally credentialed in terms of age and experience, and in terms of goals. They're very well pitted. The tackles is the interesting one, and both of them lead their clubs within that particular area, and I think that epitomises the actual strength of these 2 boys. And if the conditions do stay a little bit damp, so to speak, that particular aspect will come to the fray. To the front, I'm sorry. And in terms of possessions, they're both exceptional, averaging over 20 possessions each a game, and they are the ones who really set it up for their respective forward lines. Drew?
Yeah, they've been prime movers during the year. Dwayne Lamb's down there. Lammy, this is the first home game for the Dockers at Subiaco. Of course, they played that game against the Eagles and got belted. Will this make a difference?
Well, yeah, I think that's a point for consideration. That it is their first home game in front of their own crowd at Subiaco, and I think that's going to be a big bonus. There'll be a lot of emotion flowing through the rooms, and they want to start on the right foot. I suppose the one thing in the corner for the Bears is, I suppose, with this rain coming down, the Dockers do tend to sort of overuse the ball at times, and the bit of rain around that slippery ball could bring them unstuck a little bit.
OK, we're a long way from the start, but another match-up, Terry.
Yes, he's down in the forward line there at full forward for the Bears with Roger Merritt, where obviously his age and his experience gives him the upper hand over Stephen O'Reilly. But interesting, Riley, an attacking frame of mind in terms of his marking, with 32 compared to Merritt only 16. And then also interesting in the free kicks, where Roger is tending to give away a few extra more as he gets perhaps that little bit older and a little bit slower, and uses perhaps a little bit more guile, more than the umpires will allow him to.
Bruce, new boys on the block, but I reckon it's going to be a blockbuster just the same.
Looking forward to it, Drew. That match following Sydney and Richmond today on the 7 Network. We're going to take a break, back with more from Game Day after this.
Gave it C&O. Come on and move. We took a good hard look at ourselves. These are the times that we move through.
and double cheese slugs combo with 50% more beef, regular fries and Coke for just $4.75. That's getting your burgers worth.
Hungry's for Hungry Jacks.
Yesterday's computer. Today's computer. Yesterday's mobile. Today's mobile. Yesterday's music. Today's music. And today's directory. All businesses listed, all in one compact book. Big colour pages. All the numbers you want in a size that's easier to handle. Next time, think big. It's quicker.
Coffee means the world to us.
What you say? Presenting the genius, Mr. Ray Charles, the classic years. 47 original hits on 3 value price CDs, $39.95.
Unchain my heart.
Ray Charles, the classic years from StarTel.
Oh, we're so proud of Carla. Her coach and a few members of our swimming club say she could make it to the Olympics. And now Tip Top is behind her. She's got a real chance.
Tip Top Sunblest is Australia's favourite. Soft, fresh and delicious. Sunblest provides natural dietary fibre and complex carbohydrates, essential for growing athletes.
Tip Top's the one, good on your mum.
How do you clear a blocked nose? With a decongestant tablet? Or with Vicks Sinex nasal spray? Most people think that a tablet is the best treatment, but it's not. Clinical studies show that the ingredient in Vicks Sinex opens up a blocked nose much more than a decongestant tablet can, which means you can breathe much better. Vicks Sinex, clearly better breathing than a tablet.
On Home and Away.
I reckon there could be problems there.
Are you kidding with Shane and Angel?
She's become a babysitter and a friend.
I hope Angel gave you a chance to explain.
But is she secretly interested in Shane?
From now on, I want more in a man.
Will Elsa really leave Summer Bay?
The sooner I'm out of here, the better.
Will Donna catch an intruder red-handed? Who will win the showdown?
I know what it's all about.
No, I don't.
And is the heat cooling in the new romance?
Are you afraid of getting hurt again?
Drama and intrigue on Home and Away this week on Channel 7.
We hope you're enjoying AFL Gameday, another 7 Sport AFL football presentation.
And there was a Sydney cricket ground in the background. What a tremendous stadium it is. Hopefully it'll be pretty full today as we go back there for a preview of Sydney and Richmond with Sandy Roberts and Ross Glendinning. Sandy.
Yes, thank you, Bruce. I hope you're going to be right because it's a fairly cool day, but it's a sunny day. The crowd is building up. Sydney are leading in the reserves at the moment. I'm just wondering, though, Roscoe, I've got a BMT from Malcolm Blight last night, a Brownlow medalist theory. He believes that, you know, we talk about sides winning on the trot like Richmond, who had a marvellous start of the season. He has a feeling they don't lose 1, they then lose 2. Do you have a theory on that? He's used Carlton as his support and he believes that Sydney will win today.
Well, I think Sydney will win today. But Blighty's always been a bit of a philosopher, hasn't he? That's a terrific question, Sandy. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, very good. No, I think Sydney are just going to be too strong, particularly with their desperation. First chance to get into the 8. And they've got a lot to play for as we see them preparing in the rooms at the moment. But I just think they're really primed, Sandy, to get over Richmond. Whilst I appreciate Richmond's form's been quite outstanding, and they've got a chance if they win today to go to the top of the ladder. However,
I would have thought Richmond had just as much incentive and required no more motivation.
Quite right, but I just think Sydney, with the position they're in terms of not only their on-field performance but their off-field performance, there's a fair bit of pressure there to get them up and get them away this season. With all the effort they put in, Sandy, get people like Lockett and Roos, etc. It's just so important. One of the matchups I think that could very well happen today is Mark Bayes on Brendan Gale. I know Bayes has been playing predominantly at centre-half forward this season, but with the form of Brendan Gale at centre-half forward for Richmond, I think they need Bayes in his traditional centre-half back position. And just looking at those stats going through there, Bayes has had a fantastic year. Yeah. Gale's perhaps been just down a little, but he's so important. But Russell Morris mentioned earlier about how difficult it can be to play centre-half forward at the Sydney Cricket Ground Centre because the ball does tend to go over centre-half forward quite often, so he must play up the ground.
Another easy question. What have they done? Oh, have a look. This is what I want to talk about. Tony Lockett is a changed man.
Yes, it's interesting. I mentioned to you off air that I wonder why he couldn't have had that same attitude.
Is it the anonymity, do you think, of Sydney?
Could very well be, but it's also, I think, just obviously a personal thing. He wants to make sure that in his remaining years of football, Sandy gets the most out of it. And Scotty Turner's got a big job today. He had a job on Gary Ablett last week, and most people thought whilst Ablett kicked 7 that Turner actually did some pretty reasonable things, and what a job he's got today. So he's going to need a lot of support from his fellow backs and his midfielders particularly to try and reduce the supply to Lockett, who at an average of 5, nearly 6 goals a game.
Sensational.
That's just extraordinary, isn't it, really?
Yeah. I reckon we're a ripper game because you've got young Matthew Richardson up the other end of the ground.
I haven't mentioned him. I mean, he's a fellow who, a jumping jack, 6'4", one of the best builds for football you can have in modern day football, and he just is someone who could really delight this crowd, even though they might be Sydney supporters.
Brucey, we're looking forward to it. My man here has jumped on Sydney. I've got a feeling the Tigers might go to the top of the ladder.
Good on you, Sandy. They're going to be pretty hard to beat. It was a fairly controversial game the last time these two teams played in Melbourne last year. Let's take a look at the history of Sydney versus Richmond.
Richmond and Sydney's last encounter is remembered more for the actions of former Swan Dermot Brereton than the Tigers' 33-point win. Dermy's clash with Tony Free enraged the MCG crowd, broke the Richmond captain's jaw and earned the kid another appointment at the tribunal. Brereton was outed for 7 weeks, and to make matters worse, Swan skipper Paul Kelly was suspended for 2 weeks for striking. The wash-up to the Bear Swans round 4 fixture at the SCG had a sweeter taste for Barassi's boys. Peter Philandia was at the bottom of every pack. Sydney won its first game of the season. In the past decade, the head-to-head win-loss ratio is 10-9 the Swans' way. The difference between the two was never greater than round 18, 1987. Sydney was top, Richmond bottom, and the margin 91 points. A year earlier, the gap was just 1 point. Glamour boy Warwick Capper played up to 25,000 screaming fans at the SCG, booting 10 goals. And even that wasn't enough, as Michael Pickering ensured the Tigers hung on.
Point blank range. Goal, Richmond in front.
Some great matches here in the past, and we are looking forward to this one today. Sydney with a chance to go into the 8. If Richmond win, they'll be top of the table after round 9. We take a break on game day.
Gave it C&O. Come on and move. Took a good hard look at ourselves.
8:30 tonight, after the Home Improvement Special, see the very best commercials the world has on show. Plus, you could win 2 cars or a Nintendo Family Pack.
That's magic.
The world's greatest commercials at the special time of 8:30 tonight.
Billy Guyot's and Chandler's close their doors at 12 noon tomorrow for stock take, but reopen Tuesday morning with monster stock take deals. We've got too much stock and prices have been slashed. Pick up a bargain when doors open Tuesday, only at Billy Guyot's and Chandler's.
Red Rooster's Family Feast, plus our free apple crumble for just $12.95.
Australia's favourite two kids are ready at Red Rooster now.
Free apple crumble. I'm ready. Wow, look at that. Nissan Solares are under 21 grand with air conditioning and power steering.
Jeez, a Nissan Navara Nugget 1-ton cab chassis for $15,990? Oh, that's unbelievable.
Awesome! Look at this. Nissan Patrol Turbo diesels are under 43 grand. Under 43 grand? That's as cheap as...
Take away a great deal at your Nissan dealer right now.
Spoil Sports Clothing Company brings you a great new product, the Footy Quilt. 100% Australian-made Footy Quilt comes with printed logo and its own carry bag. Padded and with a sharp-proof backing, you can take Footy Quilt on a picnic or to the game. Footy Quilt is available in your choice of selected club designs. Free call for free delivery now on 1-800-679-195. Credit card check or money orders are welcome. Footy Quilt, if you're wrapped in your AFL team, ring now, 1-800-679-195.
Colgate with Fluorogard protects and strengthens against decay. So, what does that mean? Best protection against cavities. Colgate Fluorogard. No wonder it's the dentist's choice.
Coffee means the world to us.
Buy the new digital freestyle from Optus and you could enjoy 1 hour of free local calls on weekends.
Hi, it's me. Yeah, I've got the tickets.
That's right, free local calls on weekends. Of course, there are other ways to get in touch for free. But only Optus Freestyle gives you free weekend local calls.
It's invading our homes and our schools, explicit porn on the internet, and it's in the hands of our children. The disturbing results of a 2-year police investigation are revealed in a report no parent should miss. Monday on 7 Nightly News.
We were H&H.
Home and hose.
It was an HHG.
Happy Honey Ground.
TLTB.
Welcome back to the MCG. Gerard Healy working this game today. Melbourne and Collingwood. We've already spoken to Leigh Matthews. Neil Balme coming up in a moment. Looks like, Gerard, no changes to Melbourne, but Brereton will be out and Christian will be in for Collingwood. I wonder what effect that might have on the game. I mean, Dermott's influence can be vast, even if he's not getting a lot of kicks.
Well, I'm not sure that Dermott's exclusion will have a great bearing on it. Just basically to disagree with you. I don't think he's in great form, Dermott. He may have, a physical presence, and perhaps what he does with Rocker can help. But I think the big exclusion from this game is Gary Lyon, and I think that tips the balance in favour of Collingwood. They're very well evenly matched through the midfield. I think perhaps Collingwood's got a little bit more class in the midfield, whereas Melbourne has got terrific workers, and if Stephen Tingay can produce another big game, well then perhaps this game will be a bit closer. But I think Melbourne's big problem is going to be the kicking goals. They're relying on Sean Smith, who played in the VFA competition last year. They're relying on David Swartz. Now, this is a great story. 4 months coming back after a reconstruction. It is quite remarkable, and I think that'll be a story in itself to see just how well David Swartz can go, given that he hasn't even had a trial in a reserves game. So that will be quite a fairy tale if he can produce the goods. Good to see Tony Francis coming back in. He's been badly missed by Collingwood. His bite around the packs will be a great plus for Collingwood. And I think there'll be a couple of pretty big matches in the middle of the ground also, where Big Jim Steins will probably go up against Damien Monkhorst for most of the day. And here's a bit of a graphic just showing what they've done this season. Bear in mind that Jim Steins has played 8 games this season, as against Damien Monkhorst, who has had a couple of nagging injury problems, has played only 6. Jim Steins has actually kicked 2 goals only and 0 goals for Damien Monkhorst, but you can see there that Jimmy does get a fair bit of the football, but has had a fairly ordinary season by his fairly lofty standards. So he's back in form, and Damien Monkhorst, I know, is desperate to play State of Origin football. One of his nemesis has been Jim Steins, so he'll be out to stamp his authority. And I think one of the great matchups, and I hope it comes off, is this one. Nathan Buckley returned to form last week. He's just down slightly on his figures of 1994, but in reality his season has been a far worse one than last year, but back to his very best last week. He'll be up against Todd Viney. If you do well against Todd Viney, you've had a pretty good day, because Viney is a good goer, gets plenty of the football himself, but he makes you earn every kick if you are matched up against him.
I just wonder, you mentioned Francis. I saw him play in the reserves last week. Whether he's match hard fit, and also McGuan for Collingwood, who couldn't play last week. So whilst Lyon's a real blow to Melbourne, I see a couple of question marks over Collingwood, particularly in the centre square.
Well, there's no substitute for match practice, and Tony certainly won't be at his very best. We understand that, but he is a very good player, and if he can just get the ball running, then Collingwood have got the likes of Mick McGuan to run through the midfield. McGuan is a week-to-week proposition. We know he doesn't train, but, well, he's a class player, and if he's at all near his best, well, he could alone cut up Melbourne.
Quickly, your tip?
I'm going for Collingwood.
Collingwood. We might just run around Subiaco. Drew, you're still there. Who are you tipping?
Well, I reckon that in adversity teams have come up trumps this year. When Hawthorn beat Geelong and when Carlton beat Essendon. So I reckon that Melbourne might feel the pinch in missing line but might lift a cog, and I'm going for the D's.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Collingwood last week, Bruce, in the first half was so very, very good, but I think a lot of that was due to Jared Neesham's philosophy of not running tags on Buckley, Scotty Russell and Paul Williams, so they'll find it a lot tighter there today.
Terry, what about in one word, your game? Brisbane or Fremantle?
Our game? Gee, it's a tough one. The return of...
one word.
Fremantle.
Drew, one word?
Bears.
Bears, thank you. Let's go to the SCG. Sandy, one word.
Can I just have a couple more than one? Because the crowd is building up. There's a great atmosphere here. Sydney are just sneaking home in the reserves. They lead by 9 points. It's a rip-roaring game. You probably hear the crowd. What was the question?
You've gone for Richmond, I know that.
Correct.
Roscoe?
Gone for Sydney.
Yes. Good on you. Who's Russell going for? Make it up.
No, well, he's going to go for Sydney.
Good on you. Terrific. Have a good call.
Thank you very much.
Sandy and Roscoe. So, well, they are tough matches again today. I'm going to get you to leave that chair in a moment because there's a big fella coming in.
Oh, he's big too. Look out.
Neil Balme, Jared. So that's where we'll be when we return to AFL Game Day at the MCG right after this break.
Gave it C&O. Come on and boom. Took a good hard look at ourselves.
A 1 hour home improvement super special with a brand new episode.
I can fix this.
Then come behind the scenes with Tim Allen to meet the cast and see the episode being made.
No good can come from this.
7:30 tonight, followed by world's greatest commercials.
Oh, we're so proud of Carla. Her coach and a few members of our swimming club say she could make it to the Olympics. And now Tip Top is behind her. She's got a real chance.
Tip Top Sunblest is Australia's favourite. Soft, fresh and delicious. Sunblest provides natural dietary fibre and complex carbohydrates, essential for growing athletes.
Good on your mum. Tip Top's the one. Good on your mum.
Colgate with Fluorogard protects and strengthens against decay. So, what does that mean? Best protection against cavities. Colgate Fluorogard. No wonder it's the dentist's choice.
Red Rooster's Family Feast, plus our free apple crumble for just $12.95.
Australia's favourite chew kids are ready at Red Rooster now.
Free apple crumble. I'm ready.
Billy Guyot's and Chandler's close their doors at 12 noon tomorrow for StockTake, but reopen Tuesday morning with monster StockTake deals. We've got too much stock and prices have been slashed. Pick up a bargain when doors open Tuesday, only at Billy Guyot's and Chandler's.
I love those people sipping, drinking, stirring that Lipton tea. I love those people pouring and jiggling, making that Lipton tea. Look at them jiggling, look at them wiggling. Look at them giggling, laughing, smiling, chuckling, grinning. Love those people who drink that Lipton. Love those people who drink that Lipton. Love those people who drink that Lipton tea.
Yesterday's computer. Today's computer. Yesterday's mobile. Today's mobile. Yesterday's music. Today's music. And today's directory. All businesses listed, all in one compact book. Big colour pages. All the numbers you want in a size that's easier to handle. Next time, think big. It's quicker.
Wow, look at that. Nissan Solares are under 21 grand with air conditioning and power steering.
Jeez, a Nissan Navara Nugget 1-ton cab chassis for $15,990? Oh, that's unbelievable.
Awesome! Look at this. Nissan Patrol Turbo Diesels are under 43 grand. Under 43 grand? That's as cheap as...
Take away a great deal at your Nissan dealer right now.
Behind a top Hollywood director lie family secrets more shocking than any movie.
You slept with her. You lied to me.
Jacqueline Smith in Danielle Steele's sizzling bestseller. For the first time on television, Family Album, Monday on 7.
Took took a good hard look at ourselves. We gave it EPC.
Welcome back to Game Day. Big match at the Melbourne Cricket Ground today. It's 14 versus 13 going in to round number 9, but it is Melbourne versus Collingwood, and they've both won their last 2 matches. Neil Balme has kindly given us his time today. Welcome, Neil, Melbourne coach.
Thanks, Bruce.
Firstly, Gary Lyon. It's a real body blow, I know. I hate to start with a negative. Was he close to playing?
Oh, reasonably close, but he's a bit sore on that quadricep muscle, and if you muck around with those, it could be 4 to 6 weeks. So he sort of wasn't happy with it, but he had to miss.
What's your feeling at the moment about the club? I mean, a couple of weeks ago, it did look as if the finals were out of the question. Suddenly, a lot of the teams above you have been losing matches they were expected to win. Have you got that feeling now that there's a real chance here?
Oh, well, we've never given up on it. We always knew we had a tough draw. So, even though we lost a few games we should have won, we were pretty positive about the way we were playing. So, I mean, anything can happen, but as it turns out, there has been a few upsets above us, so it does make it look a little bit closer. But
Neil,
this game's crucial, though.
Sandy Roberts here in sunny Sydney. Neil, you talked about Gary Lyon not playing, but Sean Smith, who's taken all before him in recent times. You must be delighted not only with his form, but even without Lyon today, I guess it's another dimension because it's going to be an added responsibility for him.
Oh, well, it is. I mean, when you were picked up in the March draft, I mean, we don't expect an enormous amount out of him, but with Smithy we were very positive about him, and he's been terrific. He's done everything that's been asked of him, and last week when Gary went off, he chipped in and finished up with 5, and I mean, every week he gets enough of the ball to kick 5. He probably hasn't kicked quite as well as we would have liked and he'd like, but he's a terrific competitor for us, and we'll look for a lot from him today.
Yeah, Balme, Rossman ending up with Sandy. Michi going to centre-half forward's done extremely well, but Damien Gasper coming in to fill that void, perhaps across centre-half back area. Can you see him staying there permanently, Neil?
Well, Gassie's been a terrific kid. I mean, he's battled away, and when he came over, he was pretty raw. He hadn't played, I don't think, any league footy in Perth, and he just worked very hard at it and turned himself into a very good player. Last week, it was a bit of a punt to play him, but he was just terrific at half-back, and I mean, he's got the opportunity in front of him. It's just a matter of how well he does now, but it won't be for want of trying if he doesn't make it. He's a terrific kid, and he's very athletic, so, we're looking forward to what he can do today too.
Neil, Terry Wheeler in Perth, and please, congratulations on Damien Gasper. He's one of the AFL trainees, mate, and he's doing a great job, so I'll give him a real push-up. But David Schwartz returns today, and has been a crucial loss to you early in the season. Balme, I'm just wondering about that training facility where the accident actually occurred, what you call the paddock out there beside the Junction Oval. What's the club's position in searching for a better full-time facility, particularly for training during the summer periods now?
Yeah, well, it was actually on the Ross Gregory Oval, which is not too bad, but in this the city of Melbourne, where there's still that cricket and footy 6 months of the year each, it makes it pretty difficult when you're preparing a league footy side. We're actually looking at very closely. There's a couple of things in the pipeline, but it's very hard to do that. Particularly, we're placed down at Melbourne Park, where there's been a whole new redevelopment down there, as we all know. We have access to the Junction Oval for 6 months of the year, but with the VCA having it as their headquarters, it's very unlikely we would get that in the off-season. But I've put a lot of pressure on myself, and the club is doing the best it can, but at this stage there's nothing positive, absolutely positive, but there are a few good options out there for us. So it's a very important thing in league footy now to get that, and I think quite a few clubs are suffering a bit from that, not having even 10 months access to a full oval with goalposts and no cricket pitch in the middle, etc.
Balme, Rossman getting it. Just the other fellow I wanted to mention too is Sean White. He's really resurrected his career and lifted himself up. He's had some big jobs this year, another big one today.
Well, yeah, he's been fantastic for us. He's had 6 kicked on him a couple of times, but a couple of those times I didn't think it was quite his full responsibility or his fault, if you like. He always does give you everything. He does almost the impossible at times. He gets the maximum out of himself, and a couple of years ago we thought he might have been getting towards the end with the injuries and a few other things, but he's been outstanding, and we would see, even hoping that he can play again next year, we would think. I was a bit surprised, happy in a way, but a bit surprised he's not in one of the state squads, because he's been quite outstanding.
Balme, Drew Morford over in Subiaco. You're a real streak team. You either win a lot together or lose a lot in a row. Can you explain that?
No. Well, I don't know. I think that's coincidence rather than anything else. I don't think we play that way, but I think in today's footy, when you're on top of your game and you play with a bit of confidence and there's no hesitation, and then you do play pretty well. And I think that's why quite a few teams do have those streaks, if you like. But in our case, when we lost half a dozen in a row, there were probably only the odd game that we felt we didn't play all that well. So, if you like, Carlton, for example, have lost a couple of games badly. Well, there could be a reason for that, and it's probably a bit easier to solve. But for us, we played reasonably well and just didn't win. Maybe we weren't quite good enough on the day.
So now you've won 2 in a row. Does that mean you're on the way?
Oh, well, by your theory, we're going to win the next 4, so yeah. I'm with you.
All right. Why would you argue, Drew? It's a tremendous idea, isn't it, Neil?
Oh, great idea.
Neil, Jim Steins, I think he's been pretty important in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, absolutely. He's got a bit of a chronic ankle problem, had to overcome all that, and, there's a couple of little things that I've been wanting him to do that are a bit, for him, a little bit foreign, and he's sort of struggled a bit to come to terms with it, but only minor things, but now he's really been very strong for us. He is crucial for us, as he has been for, 8 or 10 years, really. But I think the last couple of weeks he's played with some real heart, the heart that we know that Jimmy Steins has got, and he's a real starter for us.
Now, Neil, what about you, since coming over the border from Neeld, and when you did, it was so refreshing, you were very laid back in your approach to coaching. Are you still enjoying it as much as you did when you first came over? I mean, we saw Bernie Quinlan age 10 years in the first 5 weeks until last week this year.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, is it still great?
Oh, well, I love footy, and to be involved with blokes at league footy level who put in as much as they do. I mean, the way they train and the way they commit themselves to playing is uplifting in itself, so it's hard not to enjoy it, but it is pretty difficult at times when we think we play okay and can't win, and there's a bit of pressure on us. It sort of lands on the coach's shoulders a little bit. It's probably not the most enjoyable thing in some ways, but if you want to be in league footy and be a coach, you've got to suffer all that, I guess.
Well, is coaching the job getting any harder?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's just as hard if you're coaching Z grade out in the bush because it's your standard against their standard. So I think it's still pretty tough coaching footy. I mean, you've got to hope that your blokes want to win more than the other side, and hope you can help them as much as you can. It's not supposed to be easy, I don't think.
Balme, Terry Wheeler, and just on that, mate, there is life after coaching. Believe me, you can enjoy it a little bit.
Fancy yourself as a 7 commentator, Neil? Not just yet.
I don't know about that.
Sorry, go on, Terry.
Neil, Dermot Brereton, a little bit like yourself as a player, prepared to rough it up as you did in the days with the Tigers. Anything special for your players today, perhaps not to get sucked in by Dermot Brereton and his antics?
Well, I think he's at the stage of his footy now where he'll be just worried about contributing to the team rather than that. But he's a marvellous competitor and very aggressive, so we certainly will have to be aware of it. We'll talk about staying in control and not getting sucked in by anyone, but I don't see Dermot doing that so much nowadays as perhaps he once did.
There's a doubt about him playing, Neil. You're aware of that?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's out of our control to a degree, but I'd be happy if we didn't play though.
Yeah. Just finally, going back to what said, are you full-time at Melbourne? Because you weren't in Adelaide with Neeld, were you, for years and years, renowned and power?
No. I don't have another job, no. I suppose that's full-time.
And just, do you have to improve as a coach? I mean, not you personally, but I mean, in Adelaide, where the standard obviously is not as high at the SANFL, if a player comes here, he has to improve. Does the coach have to improve? To go from Neeld or Woodville to Melbourne?
Oh, I don't think it's so much the different standards of competition. I think it's, if you're in the job, you've got to get better, I think, or you've got to be striving to get better. And whether I have or not, I can't make a judgment on that, but I certainly learn all the time. There are new things happening, you've got to get on top of them. I think there's probably just a bit more pressure here. It's a bit more obvious whether you make mistakes or not, but certainly in Adelaide when I first went there, and for that, the many years I was there, it was certainly very tough coaching. Maybe the depth of clubs wasn't as strong as it is, say, in the AFL, but it was pretty hard to beat. So, I think footy in any competition is difficult to coach. And I mean, you're against good quality people all the time.
And Balme, Drew Morford, is the style you're trying to instill with the Demons the same as what you had with success in Adelaide? What style of football do you reckon the Demons are playing under you?
Oh, I've heard it's possession football, isn't that stupid possession football?
Yeah, well, the stats don't bear that up, do they?
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't describe the style. Footy is, very much one-on-one in a lot of ways. If you don't beat your opponent, if you haven't got enough guys beating their opponent, you can't win. But by the same token, you've got to give value for effort. If you actually bother to win the footy, I reckon you get the most out of it in terms of the way you use it. And that's obviously a simple skill thing, but also an organisational thing. If you haven't got blokes in the right place, well, you're not going to get value for your touches either. Right? It's very much a balance of those. If you ignore the physical, the effort side of it, you'll never win, but you won't get value for it if you don't use the ball properly.
Neil, good luck today. Todd Viney's 150th. Let's hope you can celebrate. Thanks for your time. and all the best.
Thanks, fellas. Terrific.
It's a really big match coming up, isn't it? It's the D's up against the Pies today at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. That's it for game day. Thanks to our men in Subiaco and also at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Hope you've enjoyed the program, and you can stay with 7 Sport today. Many stations taking the big doubleheader, and most of them going now to Sydney for the Sydney Cricket Ground for the Swans up against the Tigers.
Now tell me, Mr. Whitten, Mr. Football, if you like, did you ever give some back chat to the little man in white?
Never talked to an umpire in my life, except to say g'day.
Tell me, Teddy Whitten, Mr. Football, if you like, did you ever whack the enemy when the ball was out of sight?
Hey, you've got the wrong bloke. I only whacked them when the ball was in sight.
Teddy, EJ, it all sounds like football to me, to me. Teddy, EJ, it all sounds like football to me.
Now tell me, EJ Whitten, did you ever let one rip? Did you ever help them lift their game by using the monkey grip?
Don't ask me. I wouldn't know a monkey grip from a squirrel grip.
Tell me, Mr. Football, was there a fight you'd ever miss? And didn't you give the gummy shark a hug and a farewell kiss?
No, not me. I was just trying to get the mud out of his mouth.
Teddy, EJ, it all sounds like football to me, to me. Teddy, EJ, it all sounds like football to me.
Now tell me, EJ Whitten, were you ever known to act? And were you the greatest umpire? Isn't that a genuine fact?
No way. I never gave Footscray a free kick we didn't deserve.
Now tell me, Mr. Whitten, Mr. Football, if you like, were you ever reported for an alleged strike?
Look here, the only time I was reported was a mistake. The bloke was struck by lightning.
Teddy, EJ, it all sounds like football to me, to me. Teddy, EJ, it all sounds like football to me. Teddy, EJ, it all sounds like football to me, to me.
This has been a 7 Sports production.
You could win a weekend package from the Regent Hotel or a $2,000 diamond ring from Bevilles Jewellers. Watch part 1 of Daniel Steele's family album, 8:30 Monday.
Then tune in to us on the new Mix 101.1 Double TFM Tuesday morning
To answer a simple question.
This program brought to you by Nike, RACV Insurance, a pub near you, and Yellow. How the blood pressure rose. At the MCG, in front of 65,000 startled onlookers, Richmond coach John Northey delivered this tirade at the umpires at three-quarter time. The swooper was fuming. At the SCG, as 23,000 filed from the ground, Ron Barassi enjoyed one of his sweetest victories in coaching outing number 500. For both men, for different reasons, they were games that won't be forgotten. For a Richmond side that won 7 games on end, in the best start to a season in 75 years, the streak had come to an end. For a Sydney side that had won 3 wooden spoons in a row, the signs are there that the bad days, the bad years, are behind them. Today, Sydney is ready to the lights, its growing audience, ready to produce more Lockett-inspired magic. Richmond is set to bounce back. From the Sydney Cricket Ground, Sydney and Richmond on AFL Sunday.
Yes, thank you very much, Craig Willis. This is one of the games of round 9. It should be a ripper here at the SCG. A very good crowd. We had almost 24,000 last week, and we're nudging that at the moment on a fine, cool day here in Sydney for the big clash between the Sydney Swans and the Richmond Tigers. A wonderful atmosphere. The Sydney Reserves got up and won a thriller over the Tigers. Will that be shades of things to come later on in the day? Stay with us on 7 Sport for what should be a great afternoon's entertainment. Plenty of football coming your way. Let's check the other matches to complete round 9. Arch rivals Melbourne and Collingwood do battle in front of a big crowd, no doubt, at the MCG, whilst at Subiaco, Fremantle plays Brisbane, so don't say it isn't a national competition.
The 1995 AFL Premiership season. Brought to you by Mitsubishi Motors Australia, Qantas, McDonald's, Mobil, Carlton Draft and National Australia Bank.
The Tigers not yet out on the ground, nor are the Sydney Swans, but our boundary rider has made it here safe and well. Russell Morris, let's go down to him now. Russ, ideal conditions for what should be a grand game.
It's beautiful, Sandy. It's probably about 18 or 19 degrees, a slight breeze. Ground's in fantastic condition, a lot better than Canberra yesterday. It was about 6 degrees. But I've got Tony Jewell with me, Sandy, and Tony's the chairman of selectors of Richmond, as we all know. And Tony, in the 70s, you've got a lot of similarities between the way Richmond are playing now, but also the actual personnel around the club, such as yourself, Johnny Northey, Graham Bergen, Kevin Morris, Francis Burke. Tell us a bit about it.
Well, I guess we have had success, and I guess we know what it takes. That doesn't guarantee you success. I mean, there's a lot of, obviously players are the answer, but I think the club's on the right track now purely because we can focus on football and football matters and winning football instead of survival. My last stint back at the club in '86, we're only concerned about the finances, and because we were going to go broke and possibly thrown out of the league. But now all that's stable, and with people with know-how around the club and good players, at least we can focus on the proper things that should be focused on in the football club.
TJ, everyone, as far as the build-up is concerned for this game, has been talking about Tony Lockett. But, gee, you've got a young player down in your forward line who's so exciting in Matt Richardson.
Yeah, he's great, isn't he? Well, I think you're right. I mean, he's going to be a handful of them as much as Tony Lockett's a handful, and we can see that Plugger will probably kick 5 or 6, and but at the same time, I'm sure Matty Richardson can contribute his fair share too.
Yes, on the other hand, David Burke a loss?
He will be. He's been a surprise packet. When I say a surprise packet, I guess with his background, and you shouldn't say that because he's got the same quality as his father, but I think we can cover him, and it's a bit, I just think that the players that take his place, it's a good opportunity, and I think they'll grab it.
Look after that hair this afternoon, TJ, won't you?
What's that, mate?
Look after that hair. We want the Tigers to do the right thing for your head.
Well, I should sue someone over that, from all the stress over the years.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Good on you, TJ.
Good on you, mate.
Thank you very much for that. The Richmond chairman of selectors, Tony Jewell, will take a break and be back to check out both sides at the SCG shortly.
Graham Corns joins McAvaney and Sheehan this week on Talking Footy, Monday night on 7.
Life's like that when you can get a new Mitsubishi Lancer Coupe for only $18,170. How much does it cost to ring a lawn mowing service that has a free call 1-800 number? A pest control company with a free call 1-800 number? What about a muffler repair company with a free call 1-800 number? So, ringing a plumber with a free call 1-800 number would be, So it's a free call whenever it's free call 1-800. That's a help.
The Richard Stubbs Breakfast Show delivers wild entertainment and real music variety every morning. But what do they do in their spare time?
Imagine the fly, he's too good. Red, tea's ready.
The Richard Stubbs Breakfast Show. Not just your average breakfast show.
Yeah, but we're working on it.
Spoil Sports Clothing Company brings you a great new product, the Footy Quilt. 100% Australian-made Footy Quilt comes with printed logo and its own carry bag. Padded and with a shower-proof backing, you can take Footy Quilt on a picnic or to the game. Footy Quilt is available in your choice of selected club designs. Free call for free delivery now on 1800 679 195. Credit card check or money orders are welcome. Footy Quilt, if you're wrapped in your AFL team, ring now 1800 679 195.
These are the times that we move through. These are the times that we move through. This is the road that we travel. This is the place that we come to. Revolution.
Introducing new Hot Pockets from 420. A thin, crispy crust packed full of tasty, chunky fillings that really hit the spot.
Nice bum.
Hot pocket, actually.
New 420 Hot Pockets.
No one covers more ground in current affairs than Today Tonight.
You'll be able to help patients carry out voluntary euthanasia.
The police have been very supportive. Surrogacy in any of its forms is unacceptable.
But many gamblers are not responsible.
I'm not very good at maths.
Open adoption is the order of the day.
You got another thing coming, Lee.
May the good Lord smile upon you.
Wouldn't he be tough to live with?
Now, the issues important to Melbourne are receiving the attention they deserve. Today Tonight with Jill Singer, weeknights on 7.
Wonderful atmosphere here in Sydney as the Sydney Swans make their way out onto the ground. Tony Lockett just about leading them out there with Paul Kelly, all pumped up for a very, very big clash this afternoon. The Tigers also making their way out. They know that they have the opportunity of going to the top of the AFL ladder if they are successful this afternoon. Joining me, one of the former champs of the game, a Brownlow medalist. What more can you say? Good afternoon,
plenty.
Ross Glendinning.
Thanks, Sandy, and it does promise a lot. Both sides got a lot to play for, and Sydney particularly, Sandy, here with their form, particularly from last week, they'll put in a very good show today.
Well, it's been a great week for Sydney. I mean, their main injury problems have really surrounded Ron Barassi's glasses. Everything else is fine, isn't it?
I think it's fantastic, yeah, and it's great for the competition that they are at the stage they're at the moment. So, and look at their squad. I think they can get much stronger. There's probably a couple of players missing that they might sneak in, but some of the key players today, obviously Paul Roos and Tony Lockett so far this year have been keys, particularly Roos coming back into form. But Lockett, this effort last week against a quality player like Stephen Silvani and a quality side like Carlton was just outstanding, and that's the sort of form he has to show today if they had to get up and knock over the Tigers. Paul Roos is another player, as I mentioned there, getting plenty of the ball around midfield and also kicking goals like this, but he needs to be the general in that midfield area to take the pressure off the likes of Paul Kelly and just use, so he gets the ball off enough and he's just got to use it effectively to be the outstanding player he is. And here we see Dean McRae just putting the ball forward. And we're looking for Anthony Rocker, who has really found his mark now. They've positioned him at centre-half forward, Sandy, and I think he's a player who can really hold that down and allow Mark Bayes to play at centre-half back.
Yes, big day for young Rocker. We wish him well. Richmond, like Sydney, have had a couple of problems, as we mentioned, with Tony Jewell. David Burke, the exciting young wingman, unfortunately out of the side.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but they've still got plenty of players there, Sandy, who can step up, and I've highlighted some here. Matthew Richardson, of course, and Knights and Turner. And here we see the ball coming forward. Richardson, just a fantastic size of a player, modern day footballer of that height and mobility, and he's critical, of course, and he's got good ball skills and must kick goals today if the ball gets down there quickly enough. Matthew Knights, well, he's the key distributor for Richmond through midfield. He gets the ball often enough, and is just such a classy player. He needs to get about 25 times today to feed Richardson and Gale, give them a chance. And their final player to look at here is Scotty Turner, who's got the big job. Having had Ablett last week, Sandy, he's going to have Lockett this week, and it's going to be a pretty tough job for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day and a big ask for Scotty Turner against Tony Lockett. It is 4th versus 10th on the ladder as it stands at the moment. Richmond, of course, a chance to go top. This is Sydney's last home game for a month. They certainly are keen for the 4 points. We'll be back with all the action of the first quarter right after this break.
The Tourers travel to Eastern Creek for another round of championship racing. Today on 7.
So, what do you think?
Oh, the Beijing thing. Coffee?
Yeah. Oh, no thanks.
Well, it's big. It's a hell of a big commitment. We can do it. We have to gear up, move quick. And if we don't...
You know he's going to pick it up, don't you?
Yeah, I know. Look, it's a great contract. Great opportunity, but I don't know. Are we ready?
Chris, are we ready?
Mate, we're overdue. Okay. All right, but it means increasing our bank loan. You know that.
At the National, we make it our business to understand yours. So when the opportunity arrives, we can tailor a loan to make the most of it.
How does 10 o'clock tomorrow morning sound? I couldn't go. No, here. Here?
Night, Dave. Chris.
Night. Oh, Sandra. The bank will be here in the morning.
Get there any way you can, but whatever you do, don't miss Sportsworks. It's back at ScienceWorks by popular demand, but for a limited time only. Sportsworks is your chance to find out how your body works in sport and test your skill against the pros. It's guaranteed to raise your pulse. Proudly sponsored by SunSmart and Channel 7.
Australia's love affair with the car moves into top gear with a new credit card, the GM card from Holden. Each time you use it, 5% of your purchase will be credited towards any new Holden. 5%. That could mean hundreds, even thousands of dollars in savings over and above any other discounts or rebates. Apply now. Call 131 200. The GM card from Holden, the new financial vehicle.
To keep Australia working, Still factory rebates are on again. Now you can get your hands on the world's #1 chainsaw and a rebate check direct from Still. You'll get a $25 factory rebate on the Still Mini Boss, a $50 factory rebate on the Still Wood Boss range, a $75 factory rebate on the Still 029 Farm Boss, and a massive $100 factory rebate on the Still 039 Farm Boss at participating Still specialist dealers right now.
The Richard Stubbs Breakfast Show delivers wild entertainment and real music variety every morning. But what do they do in their spare time?
Red, tea's ready.
The Richard Stubbs Breakfast Show. Not just your average breakfast show.
Yeah, but we're working on it.
Welcome back to the SCG. Tony Lockett just going through his medical build-up as he does each and every week for this game. Big test for him today, big test for Matty Richardson. We spoke to Russell Morris just a few moments ago. Ideal conditions for this game. Who do you like, Russ?
Well, Sandy, because it's dry, Richmond have 3 big forwards. Sydney only have the 1. I'm going for the Tigers by 5 points. But obviously, if the crowd gets behind Sydney, it's going to be very difficult. So looking fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to be a ripper game. Sydney kicking to the right of screen as we welcome to the microphone after a very pleasant Ansett trip, but some enthralling trivia built into it. Dennis Cometti. Welcome, Den.
Hello, Sandy. How are you? Looking forward to this one. I like the Tigers. I think they'll bounce back. They've formed very good early in the season, but Sydney, no slouches.
No, I've gone for the Tigers as well, and Roscoe has gone for Sydney. So here we go. Big game here at the SCG. Benny Gale got the first tap. Dale Lewis is clean bowled. But he recovers, he shrugs 1, 2 tackles, gets out of it well in the end, pokes it across to the outer side and a chance for Rocker. A long kick up towards Lockhart. Turner is the spoiler from behind, pushed towards the boundary line. Garlick goes over the line with the football, will have a throw in. Crowd continuing to pour in here at the SCG. That is a grand sight, a fine and cool afternoon. And we've reached our expected top of 17 degrees. Swans players starting on the bench. At the moment it's in their attacking zone. No one able to get it out cleanly. Doing the ruck work for the Tigers on that occasion was Paul Bullis. So a bounce just inside 50. Lockett and Turner have dropped right back into the square. Mooney leans. Kickett was going past, couldn't take it. Bullis gets caught. Ball spills free. Close to the boundary line is Kickett. He goes over with the football and another throw in. 25 metres around from the Sydney scoring zone. Lockett's left knee is strapped, not solidly, but it is strapped. Gale gets a short kick, pushes it towards the defensive 50-metre line, and another throw in. And a real buzz of excitement going around this ground. There's the left knee, the left bandaged knee of Tony Lockett. He's okay. Goes down towards the 50 or inside 50 once again, but Bullis is there and he takes the defensive mark. So the big young Tiger, oh, dangerous, but he's going to be okay. Going short, putting a little bit of pressure on Mark Neeld, but he was equal to the task.
It's a courageous thing to do there, Sandy. Come right across in front of goal, only chip at 20 metres. Got to be spot on.
Neeld from half back. Goes in towards the centre. A big pack of pockers. And Rocker is the cry and the fly. Gee, confident boosting start for him, Roscoe.
Oh, it's good stuff to see that from a young fella.
His kick a little awkward, going out towards centre wing. Sydney through Kapler, however, will maintain possession. He stabs it up towards half forward. Been all Sydney at the moment. Paul Roos regaining some excellent touch, gives it back to Kapler from 55 metres. Kapler goes with a long kick. What a kick in towards goal. And off hands it comes, going over the line in the right forward pocket.
He had the opportunity there, Sandy, to kick to Lockett, who'd made a pretty good lead and was in front of Turner, but he obviously backed himself from there.
Boundary throw in. Back towards the boundary line. O'Loughlin dragged off it. Tape goes down. And a whistle holding the ball's the call. Wow.
Well, that's red hot. And now with that decision having been made, they've got to do it for the remainder of the game, the umpires, and keep the consistency, otherwise players get confused.
Derek Kickett, only about 20 metres out. Rocker, a great start. Now Kickett, put it on the scoreboard. It's good. So Derek Kickett gets Sydney away to a start after a somewhat dubious free kick. Gray takes the defensive mark on half back. Up against Daffy. Drips it in towards the middle. They've got the running players here. They'll whip it through the middle. Finishes with Brunton. Brunton goes up towards full forward. Roos. Can he recover? No, he can't. And it's taken over the line by Scott Turner. But one behind.
Yes, and again, Tony Lockett looks upfield, Sandy, just to say, well, I'm leading. Why not drop it in short? That's what I'm there for.
7 points the margin. Sydney have done all the attacking so far. Here's Jack Daniels. Calls for it in the middle. He elected to go shorter. It passes Knights. Wayne Campbell may get an opportunity. He's been an excellent touch. Gets it across to Bullis. But the umpire's whistle had sounded. It's going to come back. And Campbell was held.
No, it's going to go to back to... Oh, I thought they were giving it to Bullis because he was tackled by Kelly. Confused me.
So Campbell to take it. Up towards Gale. Held it long enough, said the umpire. Benny Gale on left half forward. First
time that the Tigers could go deep into their attacking zone. Richardson was the target. Couldn't take it, however. Pressure now on the Sydney defence. Trying to run it out is Dunkley. Gets the hand pass away. They're out of trouble through Brunton. Sydney now moving up towards centre wing. Over the top of Prescott it goes. O'Loughlin can go over the top to his captain. Prescott's got him. Kelly gets a kick down towards the half-forward line. Lockett comes out to apply the tackle on Bullis. And the ball spills over the line. We've got another throw-in.
Just a fantastic trap by Michael O'Loughlin to hold that ball, and the kick coming from Gray at low trajectory, and he just trapped it beautifully with left hand. Good skills.
Bullis and Rocker go at it now. Rocker hooks it down behind. This is Gale. Nicely done. Wigney in space, running up towards half-back. In the bright sunshine, his second bounce and a third. He's up to the wing now, Stuart Wigney. Kicks inside the 50, wide of Richardson. Daffy an opportunity behind inside the 50. 45 metres out, pulls it back towards the kick-off line. Nice. 15 metres out, directly in front.
That's good team play. Wigney had the opportunity when he was bouncing down the outer side to kick to Chris Bond in midfield, but he just ignored him and went long. Good grab.
11 goals on the season for this young man. Number 12.
Yes, and fast approaching 100 games too, Chris Nation. Such an important play. Here's the run from Wigney. As I said, could have chipped short to Bond, over the head of Richardson. And Daffy just mops up, gets around Ron Fuchs' opponent. Good mark by Nation.
Hoping for a milestone in a few weeks' time is Chris Nash. 7 weeks, all going well. In the meantime, we go back in the centre once again. Tigers on the board. Maxfield tries to tap it forward, but only as far as McRae, who picks it up and pumps it high. Inside 50 goes Sydney once again. There's a good mark taken by Bullis. Paul Bullis on half-back. Over the top of a Rocker, who was on the mark. Gale got one hand to it, so too did Broderick and Bays. Gale gets another one on to Stewie Maxfield. Maxfield now, inside 50 for the Tigers. Up towards Richardson, but it's belted clear. Back towards Gray. He's claimed. Ball spills away. Campbell couldn't take it at the first attempt. Goes in to do some good shepherding work for Knights. Still going. Bays hot on his hammer. Knights the left footer. Pulling it beautifully in towards the centre and Richardson. Not paid, no mark. Lewis gets the handball over the top and he'll receive it once again. Richardson slow to get up. Keep an eye on him, Roscoe. Plenty of pressure on here as Sydney's out of trouble, but Richardson most certainly isn't. Here goes Kepler. A worm burner towards Lockett. Couldn't take it. Bullis and a free kick. A free kick to Turner. And Richardson, Roscoe still in trouble?
Yes, he's just on his feet. He's all right now.
Campbell around the outer side, little chip pass. Bond in space. Down towards half forward. Well done by Neeld. Hard at that one. There's Richardson. Seems to be okay. Important customer. He'll be in this contest. 2 off hands behind. Gale leads back in the race. Does it sit for him? Off his shin, I think he's got the goal.
These are the times that we move through. These are the times that we move through. This is the road that we travel. This is the place that we come to. Revolution.
The Tigers bounce back and Knights hopes to pump them into attack once again, but his hand pass put Michael Gale under all sorts of pressure. Going to storm through was Wigney. Got a kick only as far as the half-forward line, picked up by Bays. Now Sydney go down towards Roos. Garlic Hill.
Tripped in the end too, Sandy.
And has got a free kick 40 metres out.
The importance, too, of using Mark Bays coming through the centre to kick long, looking for Roos, who possibly was interfered with before the ball was in 5 metres. But then it was Garlick who was tackled without the footy and then tripped.
So Simon Garlick has the opportunity of regaining the lead for Sydney. Derek Kickett getting their only goal to date. At the moment, Naish and Brendan Gale have them for the Tigers.
Garlick in a somewhat stammering approach. 40 metres out, splits them. So goal for goal here at the SCG at the moment.
Yes, I mentioned before the importance of going long on this shorter ground, coming direct through the centre and using your long kicks like Kepler and Bays on their left foots, going long toward Lockett or Roos. Very effective on that occasion.
Arenda and Garlick. Gale, who got the last goal for the Tigers. What a terrific day here in Sydney. Glorious conditions. The Swans lead it now by a point. Rocker goes up but is beaten. Gale thumped it down. This is Kepler. Boots it out very wide. It's a foot race towards the outer side wing. Bullis leads. Going across is Gale to Shepherd. Well done. It happened a long way off the ball. In fact, too far, says the umpire.
Yes,
so he's indicating the wrong way. What's he doing? It's Gale's fault.
It's giving it to Gale.
Well, there was a forearm to the back of the head, but it was touch and go as to the distance from the ball. Still, it's on the outer side. Kellaway was up. Behind it's knocked cleverly down to Naish by Knights. Naish goes for home, deserving of a goal. He's missed. Terrific football there. And some controversy on the outer side wing.
Yes, I'm still confused.
Well, he paid it for the raised forearm, I think, behind the head, but Doreen comes in short. Lewis has got it in the shadows of the stand. Maxfield on the mark. The short one comes across field. Not particularly good, intended for McRae. Knight stood up in the tackle. Out wide it comes to Daffy, who's getting some goals this season. And another one.
You like a beer, mate?
Yeah,
3 diamonds, thanks, Wendy. Tastes all right, doesn't it? You wouldn't know it had less carbohydrates, would you? Yeah, good for the old.
No good. Me sumo, stay big.
Want to watch your weight? Try Diamond Draft.
So Nick Daffy gets his first, and the Tigers again open up a 6-point lead. Let's have a look at this again, Roscoe.
Yeah, you're right there, Dennis. Jason Mooney, should I never have questioned you before?
Well, the ball was a fair way away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
yeah.
Back in the middle. Gale, Benny Gale beaten for it. Knights a chance, going the wrong way. Has assistance in the form of Mark Miranda. Pokes it out wide to Bond. Been a very good player for them. Best and fairest winner. Up towards the 50. Out comes Richardson.
It's only a matter of time on this ground.
And look at this.
Only a matter of time.
Yes, and we saw it yesterday. Richards is worried about his left knee here. These very tight boundaries. And we saw yesterday Brett Hetty getting tackled just outside the boundary line in Canberra, landed on concrete, damaged his shoulder.
Now, we've got to say the injury, not the fault of the fence necessarily but he was conscious, I think, of not going any further and tried to prop as he came down.
Well, Russell Morris will keep an eye on it. In the meantime, Campbell pumps Richmond into the forward zone, but only as far as Andrew Dunkley. This could be a major blow for Richmond, and who knows even their finals aspirations. I know it's very early days as yet. McRae floats it in towards Bays, who takes a one-hander. Have a look at the left footer here. Look at this. Yes! Tony Lockett just inside 50. And Richardson still down and still in trouble.
Yes, the stretch has gone out there, Sandy. This is just fantastic football from Bays again. That's the way the forward likes to have the ball delivered. Beautiful low trajectory pass. We'll just see it again as we wait for Richardson to be attended here. You're right, Dennis. I think you are when you get to that situation. You're very concerned about what's looming in front of you, knowing you can't move it.
If you watch that replay in flight, he looks towards the fence as he's coming down, doesn't he? Now, that's not to say it caused the problem with the knee, but certainly the fence interrupted his concentration there. I'm sure of that.
Well, speaking of being interrupted, Tony Lockett is going to have to wait.
That's a tragedy.
They're bringing young Matt Richardson straight across the ground on a stretcher. But a tragic sight for Richmond fans and football fans. He's arguably one of the most exciting young prospects in the game at the moment, Ross.
Oh, there's no question.
And let's just hope that, you know, it's not as serious as maybe it looks.
Yes, and without putting a damper on it, you just see this once again. He took his eyes off the ball, as you said, and was concerned about what was coming in front of him in terms of the fence, and then forgot about his footing and just landed so poorly.
Great courage to go for that sort of mark so close to the fence. A lot of players wouldn't have done that.
Knowing you've got a defender behind you.
Yeah. And a player like Dunkley who's hard at the ball. I mean, a lot to consider there.
So Stuart Edwards will be the player who's going to come on and take his place. But I'm sure that Russell Morris will have a report on that, and will most certainly keep you in touch. As I said, Edwards coming on, and we go back to the action now with Tony Lockett, who took the mark after the Bays pass.
This is the lead up here. This is a fantastic kick coming through from Bays.
Now a chance to kick Sydney's third. From 45 metres, he leans into this one and puts it straight through the middle. The Lockett show continues in Sydney. Scores are level.
Yes, that's textbook type football. And Lockett's presented himself quite a few times so far in this first quarter, but all players elect to go long over his head or shooting for goal. Good stuff.
19 points apiece. Similarity there. Richardson off the ground. Lockett kicks a goal. Rocker goes up and knocks it down. Cresswell throws it on the boot. Touched off the boot. Taken by Campbell. Goes down towards half forward. Doreen's in front. Hit the ground running. Lacking support. A little ambitious. Over the top. Eustace. Run down by Maxfield. Back it comes to Doreen. Nicely done. Got around Maxfield. Across to Kapler. Kapler bombs it towards half forward. They come from all directions. Loose ball behind. Kelly with an opportunity. Tries to keep it in front. O'Loughlin hits the behind post on the bounce. It will be thrown in. 3-1 apiece. Good start in ideal conditions at the SCG. Bullis and Mooney. Neeld is 19. Bullis did pretty well. Kelly, the rover, in from the side. Got it down to Brunton, who hooks. That looks very good. Behind. Didn't miss by much.
Terrific effort.
That point now being the margin as Scotty Turner comes straight down the middle. Rocker again was the big flyer. Whitney has a chance now to set something up for the Tigers. Gale on the outer side, an opportunity to run. That's Michael Gale up towards his brother Benny. Taken out of it at the back. And again, Sydney should tidy up through Dunkley. They should get out of trouble. Bays thought about taking the hand pass, but it goes back to Dale Lewis. Lewis swings it in towards the centre. McRae rides the bumper, still got the foot. He tries to come out the back door. The hand pass by Creswell goes straight to Gale. He couldn't take it cleanly. And now an opportunity for Kellaway. Richmond go down through Broderick towards the 50-metre line. Daffy is there, but kicks straight into the man on the mark. A little untidy on Richmond's half-forward line at the moment. And eventually the umpire comes in for a bounce.
There's no doubt that Dean McRae lost that ball in the sun.
It's a giant sight screen. A giant one.
On the 50-metre line for the Tigers, Gale does the leaning. Kellaway does the scouting. Now this is Michael Gale from 45 metres in towards goal and going across the face to register one behind. Again, the score's locked up. Cool day. Richmond only made the journey up mid-morning. John Northey hoping for a hit and run. This is Brunton. To the outer side. Gale and Bays. Michael Gale on the outer wing. One of the best crowds we've seen at the SCG. Of course, 24,000 against Carlton last week, but
marvellous to see them coming out today. Such an important day for Sydney and their future, bearing in mind their next month is on the road. They can sneak the 4 points here and go storming up the ladder. Who knows what they could produce in the weeks ahead. Kellaway tries to go through the Tigers, taken high, and Duncan Kellaway will have a free kick between centre and half forward for Richmond. Under 7 minutes remaining in this first quarter. Edwards is a fresh man on the ground, but it's Roos who takes the mark. Oh, kick straight into Daffy. Could spell danger. Neeld picks it up for the Tigers, and he's going to make him pay.
30 tonight after the home improvement special. See the very best commercials the world has on show. Plus you could win 2 cars or a Nintendo family pack.
That's magic.
The world's greatest commercials at the special time of 8:30 tonight.
On Home and Away.
It's like there's no one there.
Will Elsa really leave Summer Bay?
The sooner I'm out of here, the better.
Will Donna catch the intruder red-handed? And is the heat cooling in the new romance?
Are you afraid of getting hurt again?
Home and Away, Monday on 7.
Tigers by 6 points then, 4-2 to 3-2. Garlick making the error in defence. The Tigers getting the goal to get this lead. There's Gale against Mooney. They fight a draw. At their feet, Knights boots it down towards half-forward. It bounces over the head of Daffy. Opportunity behind and well played by Naish. Knocked it down into the path of Broderick. He's got problems, Broderick, just outside the 50. With him all the way was Brunton. And the ball is across the line. No quarter there. Brunton tying him up all the way. Broderick, I suppose, would argue he wasn't in control. The umpire let them play. Gale hooks it down towards the 50-metre line. Roos slides in, knocks it across to the advantage of Huskis, who runs away from half-back, comes towards half-forward. Kelly gets low down, takes the mark of beauty. Paul Kelly. About 70 metres out, centres it. Rocker goes up, off hands down in front. Wigney against the flow. He was buried immediately. Tape is dragged out of it. Kickett's in there. Wigney comes again. They're going in very solidly. Thrown on the boot by Knights, and he gets it across the line.
There's no this ball was going to get out of Paul Kelly's grasp.
He gives it 100% as Paul Kelly. He was reported against Richmond last season in round 19. That was a fiery game, a bit of feeling between these clubs. He was reported for striking Chris Bond. And they're in close proximity around this ball. Down goes McRae. He was slung, socked forward by Broderick. Down towards half-forward Huskis. Kept it in front pretty well. Broderick again flicks it over the top to accommodate Campbell. Campbell averaging 26 possessions a game this season. Floats it to the pocket. Doreen does well. Eyes only for the ball. Edwards was coming up on a lead, but Doreen, sensing the danger, got back. He's an emerging player. Gives it to Brunton. Awkward hand pass. Sol Bayes into trouble. 1 against 3, and the one has done particularly well. That's Bond. He ties it up. I'm not sure he was trying to get the ball out, but he did well enough.
5 minutes remaining. First quarter here at the SCG. Bullis doing the ruck work, but it's Dale Lewis who sneaks away. Goes onto the left foot, a high kick up towards half forward. Kellaway was the flyer. Miranda has it locked in. Garlick making sure he was going nowhere. And another bounce. Bullis, a front spot. They come over the top. 3-2 to 4-2. Richmond at the moment lead. Very, very tight, and hopefully that's the way it will continue as Catless kick heading towards Creswell in the boundary line. Campbell and Roos amongst those that flew. Kellaway waits down for Richmond. Somehow gets through some fairly heavy traffic. Wobbles it up towards the half-forward line. Doreen is there for Sydney. Ridden into the ground, said the umpire, by Chris Naish. And Scotty Doreen will take the free kick.
6 possessions.
From half-back. He looks down towards centre wing, down towards Rocker territory amongst others. Mooney there also. Dale Lewis waiting down in front. Had it for a moment but then lost it. McRae gets it across to Bayes. Partly smothered by Tate. That was good as Bullis tries to soccer off the ground. Look at Bullis in there once again and they pounce upon him. He's at the bottom of the pack.
That was a terrific smother, Sandy, by Tate because the ball was going to finish up with Lockett.
Yep.
So a very important effort there.
3.5 remaining in this first quarter. Mooney, the flyer, Michael Gale there also. Lewis gets it out. Here's a chance for Daniels. He tuckles it towards Lockett and Turner. It ricochets away from them and over the line for a throw-in. In Sydney's right forward pocket zone. But it's Richmond who leads at the moment by 1 goal.
A rueful look back at the sun from Tony Lockett. It affected Turner in that confrontation as well. This is O'Loughlin about 35 metres out. He snaps, he pulls it back too far. It's out of bounds on the full in the opposite pocket. Scott Turner will get the resultant free. One of 8 Tigers to play in every game last season. Hasn't missed one this year. Out of the back pocket, goes very wide. Bond will need to stretch it. Runs away from him. Tantalisingly. So boundary throw in. Scotty, he's not listening. 4-2 to 3-2. Mooney and Wigney. Body to body. Wigney had the strength and flicks it down. Kick it. Kept it in front initially. It spills to Bond, who boots it around the outer side. It's a floater down towards half forward. Naish, the big leap from behind. Running into a dead end was Neeld. And the umpire wants it. So just over 2.5 minutes to quarter time. Tough game so far. Gale reaches in, knocks it down. Brunton on all fours. Broderick at the base of the pack. Kapler emerges with it somehow. Kicks it out very wide. Derek Kickett tried to keep it. In front, lost it. Kellaway had it for a moment. Cresswell back towards Kickett. Tate, too fancy. Kickett robbed him of the ball. Clever hands. Sent Cresswell into space. He's got a bounce. Short passes inside the 50. Miranda gets up to fist away, but only as far as Mooney, who tried to go back towards the middle. Cresswell's got the ball in the meantime. It's going to be a free kick to Mooney and 50 metres. Miranda losing his cool down there, right on the boundary, and suddenly this will put Mooney directly in front on the line. Unforgivable.
Yes, the free kick initially was for a high tackle, and then the frustration, as you said, Dennis, just very untidy. Here it comes. That's what the free kick was for initially.
There was more of the same. So Mooney to level the scores. He does.
Yes, it's one of those cardinal sins in football. You just don't, having given away a free kick, then give them a certain goal. It's very undisciplined play.
I'm looking for the runner. What do you think? What are the odds?
I think it's a very good chance he might be out there.
At least for a word. Hello? Nothing at the moment.
8 individuals have kicked goals today. As we go back in the middle once again. Scores level. Jason Daniels tries to flick it towards centre wing. Had it for a moment, then lost it. Broderick feeds it out towards Michael Gale. They go down towards Daffy. Pulls it in with the one hand, but he's outside 50. Call to play on is the duck. It's a high kick in towards full forward. If you've just joined us, there's no Richardson. He's off the ground with knee problems. We'll have more news on that a little bit later for you. But Kelly charges Sydney out of trouble up towards Kicker. But he's beaten for it on this occasion, and Kellaway has it on the defensive side of centre wing. Kellaway's high floater goes up towards half forward. Kelly is there to Bayes. Normally his delivery is impeccable. On this occasion, Michael Gale gets it away towards Bullis. There's been a whistle. It's going to come back to Gale, who was impaired.
By McRae, yes, in the middle of the ground.
So with just over a minute remaining, it's all tied up. Wobbly old kick slews off the side of the boot, past Campbell. Daniels is with him and he beats him on that occasion. Capper up towards half forward. There's time here for Garlick. He has a look up towards Lockett territory. Sun in his eyes, it doesn't matter.
Well, Michael Gale justifiably hangs his head in frustration. Such a poor kick from an experienced player like that across the midfield. And all of a sudden the ball comes back to the opposition. They get a shot at goal.
Jason Daniels read it pretty well off the boot. He's done a few of those himself. Knew exactly where it was going. It was good play by Daniels.
Yeah, good kick by Kepler too. He's been pretty good in the first quarter, Kepler.
Lockett for his second. And for Sydney, a 6-point lead. Slow, deliberate in his approach. He's away to the left. They lead by a point. That will probably be the scoring for the quarter as Turner is about to bring it back into play. Scott Turner to the outer side towards Gale. Well, they pile over the top of him. Broderick heads towards the boundary line. And as he sockers it up towards centre wing, the siren sounds, and Ron Barassi makes his way out onto his team's home turf here at the SCG after a very even, tight, tough first quarter, with Sydney scoring 4, Richmond scoring 4, and as I said earlier, 8 individual goal kickers. Tony Lockett, many eyes on him today. He has 1 so far. Richardson, of course, for Richmond is sadly off the ground. We'll have more news on that a little bit later on. But the quarter-time score here at the SCG sees Sydney leading by a point. 4-3, Richmond a 4-2.
The weekend begins on Friday with 4 quarters. The lighter side of football here on 7.
Thanks to overwhelming generosity, McHappy Day 1995 exceeded expectations and raised $787,000 to help change the lives of special children. So we'd just like to say...
Thank you very much.
I'm always traveling, I love being free, and so I keep living the sun and the sea, but my heart lies waiting there over the phone. I still call
Introducing new Hot Pockets from 420. A thin, crispy crust packed full of tasty, chunky fillings that really hit the spot.
Nice bum.
Hot pocket, actually.
New 420 Hot Pockets.
Telecom MobileNet is offering great deals. A chance to save hundreds off mobile phones. And if you connect or switch to Telecom MobileNet before June 26th, we're also offering great wheels. A chance to win one of 8 BMW 316i compacts. So see your approved Telecom MobileNet dealer for great deals and great wheels. They go fast, so if you want to get mobile, you'd better get moving.
Here, look at this stick. Says here they've had low-leaded petrol like Shell half-lead in the UK for years.
Yep, most of Europe too.
Eh?
No worries at all, right?
Oh, yeah, right, yep.
Reached the bit about the Shell guarantee yet, Barry?
Hang about. You've read this already.
Nah, never seen one before.
Right, let me see.
Try page 7, paragraph 4.
Do me a favour, you have read it.
So, can you explain this interest-free thing to me?
Well, that just means you can get new tyres now and not pay a cent for 3 months. It's available on our entire range of tyres.
Oh. I'll have a couple of new tyres from a Trojan then.
Yeah, sounds like a fair swap to me.
Bow's interest-free terms. Drive away with 3 months to pay. Call 132381 for your nearest Bow Repairs store.
It's quarter time here at the SCG on a fine, sunny, cool day. Sydney lead in a tight one by a point. 4-3 to Richmond. 4-2. But the drama in the first quarter surrounded Roscoe Matthew Richardson, who unfortunately fell heavily on his right knee. He did not go into the hoardings, but was obviously aware of it, was stretchered off. And as John Northey has a chat with Scotty Turner and his Tiger Chargers, Russell Morris has all the latest news. What is it, Russ?
Well, it's not good, Sandy. Being carried off on a stretcher. It's currently under a big ice pack, and the doctors aren't really able to speculate at the moment exactly what's wrong with it, because there's a lot of swelling and inflammation, and so it might even be not even until tomorrow until doctors can look at it when it's under better conditions. And but it definitely won't be coming on for the rest of the game, so Richmond have to win the game without him.
It's amazing, isn't it, how quickly they could go. Ross?
But it gives someone else an opportunity, Sandy, though, and that player at the moment is Stuart Edwards. We look at the stats here, pretty even already. Sydney have used the handball a little more, had a bit more run and overlap there, and just going down the line there, centre breaks favouring Richmond. Yeah. And that's going to be an important one where Brendan Gales perhaps had slightly the better of Anthony Rocker initially.
So here we go. Second quarter at the SCG. Tony Lockett has 1 goal. Big crowd in attendance, over 20,000, there's no doubt about that. And Aussie rules on a roll in the Harbour City. Kelly couldn't take it. Down towards Daffy, he couldn't either. Kapler will swing onto the left foot. Probably didn't put it exactly where he wanted it. Out in front of Lewis it is now, however. Bond gives chase. Lewis soccers off the ground. Bond closing fast. And a throw in to take place.
Yes, that's an important player, Lewis, for Sydney's fortune, Sandy, that he's been paid the compliment of having Bond tagging him, or running with him, as they prefer you to say these days.
Gale just trying to flick it over the top, looking for his brother. Didn't find him. Lewis, twisting and turning, almost gets out of trouble. In the end, it was Bond who got the hand pass away. In towards the centre. Daniels claimed by Campbell. Creswell at the bottom. Daniels goes over the top. O'Loughlin couldn't take it, but Dean McRae can. On the left foot he goes. He charges towards Lockett.
So that's a fantastic kick, Sandy, on his non-preferred left foot from Dean McRae. And the ball also favoured Lockett's right-hand side, which gave him just a even better opportunity to mark the ball without Turner getting a fist in there. If it had come to Lockett's left, to our right, Turner might have had a chance to get a fist in there.
Well, he's on a tight angle, but we'll have a bird's eye view of this. The distance won't be a problem. Kicking into the shadow of the stand. And he's ripped it fiercely to the left and will not score. Well, that is most uncharacteristic.
Yes, I mean, even his earlier kicks too, Sandy, he doesn't seem to be as fluent in his action as he normally is.
Tony Lockett standing the mark. What's that, 30 goals for the season? Scott Turner, a shake of the head as the ball comes in deep. Plenty of time for the Swans to pick up as Turner brings it back towards the members' side. Big pack at the fall of the ball. It runs free behind Bullis, knocks it on, gained about 15 metres. McRae, the man who sent that last ball down to Lockett, does well in a tight situation. Mooney brilliantly over the shoulder to Lewis. He pinpoints it nicely as well. And up ahead at left half forward is Rocker, who can kick it a long way. Off a couple of steps, that was a poor effort. It bounces out of bounds in the pocket. Rather casual. The boundary throw in.
That's one of the disappointments with some players play, that you work so hard to get the ball, and then when you get rid of it, you don't use it effectively.
Mooney and Bullis. Bullis slaps it back towards the boundary line. Tate hesitated. O'Loughlin didn't. Cresswell met solidly by Miranda, and the ball goes across the line. Aaron Cresswell, best and fairest for the Swans last season. Tough hombre. In fact, the umpire has elected to bounce it. Well, they keep it in. Broderick slung. Opportunity for O'Loughlin into space. Garlick back to his own goal. Daniels tried to stand there, was bowled over. Down goes Garlick again. And the umpire decides to whistle it up and bounce the ball directly in front of goal, about 40 metres out. The umpires this afternoon. A couple of newcomers flanking a very experienced umpire. Knocked down by Bullis, off hands. This is Prescott, probing kick through midfield towards half forward. Gale goes up, juggled, attempted to mark is paid, rightly so. Good attempt. Gale alongside the centre circle, spots it for Edwards on the lead. Awkward half volley for the big man. Roos gets back, hasn't had a kick as yet. Well done out of there by Kapler towards the other side wing.
Daniels and Campbell. Daniels leads Wayne Campbell in the race. Tumbles a punt kick up towards the half-forward line, but a strong mark taken by Miranda. Wants to go on with the job. Proppy hand pass. It may prove very, very costly. Derek Kickett says you can't do that and get away with it.
Someday we'll all be together once more. When all of the ships come back to the shore, and I realize something that I've always known. Still goes through your
Back in the middle, 7 points the margin. The Swans in front now. Maxfield, well done through the congestion, boots it down towards half forward. Doreen, like his style, across to Lewis, who hesitated. Naisha's got it, open goal beckons, he gives it away. Daffy goes in and scores from 5 metres out. Quick reply, he's got his second.
Well, it was almost a carbon copy of the Miranda situation the other end. Dale Lewis not instinctively getting rid of the ball in the first opportunity. You see the kick coming down from Maxfield. Doreen handballs it off, and then instead of giving off the first opportunity, Dale Lewis gets pinned. Easy goal.
Miranda's off.
Bauer is on.
So Kickett has 2, and Daffy has 2 for Richmond. As Lewis tries to make amends, couldn't quite get it to Mooney. Knight through, but without it. Broderick has it. He has a look up towards Edwards' territory once again. He was in front spot, but belted clear of it. Drops down in front. Daffy has another ping towards goal and misses. One behind.
Yeah, so Mark Miranda just want to be careful. He's almost trying to rearrange the dugout down there as he came to the bench. Bit of temper.
Lewis to Kapler. The left footer is away. Up over centre wing. Bullis gets a fist to it. Bond's waiting down at the back and sees it over the line. Bullis gave a nudge. McRae waiting down in front. Almost tripped over the football and lost it. Michael Gale almost threw it out. Broderick close to the boundary line. The left footer spirals it towards Brendan Gale. Couldn't take it cleanly. Proppy hand pass by Creswell goes back in towards the middle. Now a chance for Matthew Knights to take the hand pass. Almost threw it out to Neeld. Naish goes up towards the 50. Richmond go in towards Daffy. Close to the boundary line is Nick Daffy, and Huskus puts the pressure on. It's over, and another throw in.
Nick Daffy has 2 goals this afternoon. 21 for the season then. His best was 6 against North Melbourne back in that rout in round 4. Lewis didn't have the ball off the ball. Brunton goes along the ground. It bounces out towards the boundary. Prescott coming through hard. He's working against Kelly. And the ball goes across the boundary line, so a throw in. Ashley Prescott. Mooney and Gale. Could have almost been a free to Gale. O'Loughlin went to ground. Mooney on his knees did pretty well. Bauer, nicely done. And again, good evasion. Bauer running towards the centre square. Not a particularly good kick down towards centre half forward. It bounces beyond Edwards. Gathered beautifully by Doreen. Now the Swans a chance around the outer side. Kapler can go over the top to Dunkley. Still Kapler tries to soccer it across to Dunkley. In between he and Dunkley was Daniels, who goes back to Kapler. He's determined to get the ball to Dunkley. Dunkley's got it running down towards half forward. Well, it didn't work out. Brunton goes back towards Daniels, close to the line, and across it goes. Well, they had the numbers around the outer side constantly there. Dunkley taking too long to get rid of it.
Yes, you perhaps thought he would have sensed there was someone around, or there's a lack of talking from his teammates to let him know that he was under pressure.
Rocker knocks it down. Brunton missed it. Cresswell came wheeling out of that pack. In goes Knights. Like a scrum. And the whistle. Just under 14 minutes till half-time. Scores level. Very important game, this one. Richmond looking to get back on track, and of course the Swans looking to improve their position and press for the 8. Here's McRae, who's been handy, across to Daniels. Daniels boots it inside the 50. Storming up the ground is Turner, lays it off nicely. Whitney, another run. Second and a third bounce up through midfield and a fourth. The defender running down towards centre-half forward. He smells a goal here. Eventually goes across to Gale, who measures the kick from 35, and the Tigers are in front.
I want a burger.
That's a burger.
With a quarter pounder beef patty. Don't make it 2 patties.
2 patties.
And cheese, 3 slices.
Okay.
With onions, ketchup, mustard.
Go, go, go.
McDonald's introduces the Beefmeister. A beefier, cheesier, tastier burger.
Burger's clear.
But you'd better hurry, because they won't be here for long.
One straight kick in it. Campbell may get a free kick out of the centre. He was held, said the umpire. And Wayne Campbell, kick number 6, has a look up towards half forward. Edwards was his target. Naish waiting down, gets it quickly across to Daffy. Michael Gale heads in towards goal once again and just takes the mark inside. He's going to play on and run round, or was going to try to before the umpire says no.
Just tricky. Yes, Gale was always going to be in the area there, ran down very hard to get in position.
So he's got a chance at his second. Now he's called a play on. And now he runs round and he slams it into the woodwork.
For a point.
6-4.
Looks as if he's going to atone there, Sandy, for a couple of errors early in the first quarter.
Plays 5-3. Been nip and tuck so far in this game. But it's been excellent to see. Here goes Cresswell. Giving it across to Brunton. Came from Kepler up towards the half-forward line. Tape defends for Richmond. Jamie Tape goes back towards centre wing. Against Sydney, first to the ball. Daniels at the moment too good for Campbell. Socket off the ground. Up towards Michael Gale once again. With him is Dale Lewis. Gale in front but close to the boundary line. Goes in towards the pocket region. Edwards got a hand hit and he's quick to recover. Does well, but he can't quite get it across to Benny Gale. Sydney trying to lock it up. Edwards still working hard. A snap, and it's a high snap too. It's not a bad one. For one behind by Chris Naish. As Jamie Lawson, one of the forgotten young men, sadly, who had that tragic accident that has kept him out of the game and threatens to for some considerable time yet. But we'd certainly love to see him back. As Dunkley is away for Sydney. Wobbles it towards Dean McRae. Thought about Lewis. Maybe he should have given more thought to him. Barr, fresh legs on the ground. 46 metres out. Heads for home with a goal.
It was a bit stiff to McRae there. He tried to break the tackles and using the momentum he had and the strength in his legs to get through. If you watch this again, Sandy said he might have given it off to Lewis instinctively first up. He obviously backed himself to get through, but trying to do so, the ball was jarred free. And Bauer finishes off very well. Daniels is off for Sydney. Daniel McPherson on.
Suddenly the Tigers by 14 points. Prescott got it down from Gale, boots it towards full forward, in front Edwards, knocked down towards Naish. Edwards comes again, hurriedly onto the boot, and this man is causing them a lot of problems on the forward line suddenly. Gale pulls it back towards the middle. Whitney has to wait. Well done by Brunton. Got it on the ground, tried to crash his way through was Kapler. Brunton left without it. Whitney with strength, charges in, hand passes towards the kick-off line. Down goes Dunkley. In there is Edwards. Clears it momentarily, picked up by Brunton, throws it on the boot towards the outer side. O'Loughlin is there in front of Tate. Quick hands, and Kelly storms away. This should be a goal. Mooney can run on, but he elects to kick from 55 and pulls it. He was looking for extra distance when perhaps he could have run that distance.
He could well have. And what's silky skills by O'Loughlin. Controlled the ball beautifully.
There's Turner. 7-5-5-4, kicks towards the outer side.
With a lovely long kick. And as far as Creswell is 70 metres out from goal. And that's a poor kick. It drops short. Bullis takes the mark. From half back, he defends towards centre wing. That also is going to land with Dale Lewis.
Obviously a late call from Lewis there. McRae Orbit came back.
I'm expecting a collision there.
Enigmatic Sydney play gives it back to Bullis.
Come on, let's start something, Benny. Come on, son.
Brendan Gale ambles down towards the wing. Keen for this one. Well, had a chance, but Bayes was the effective spoiler. Knight's pushing the ball along in front. McPherson tries to stop, goes over the top, and yes, much to the light of the Sydney fans, Matthew Knights gets ping. McPherson. Crowd wants 50. Are you in shock, Ross?
Shock again.
Spent some time in shot today. Bullis at half back. Goes straight down the middle. Wayne Campbell. Been one of the great possession getters in the game so far this season. An excellent player. Well, that kick wasn't so good, however. They're very quick to turn it over. Speaking of turnovers, Maxfield says thank you very much for that one. Stewie Maxfield on the outer wing. Runs away from Garlick. Heads up towards the 50-metre line. Towards Brendan Gale. One grab. It wasn't enough. Neil runs into a brick wall.
He's done very well on Paul Roos, Mark Neil.
Not a good feeling, that one. Camped in front of the pack. The ball comes down in front. The pack keeps coming. Gale slaps it out wide. Kelly knocks it towards the line. And the boundary throw in. Just over 8 minutes till half-time. Jason Daniels waiting to come back on. Meantime, thrown in. McPherson controls it pretty well. Close to the boundary. Hugs the boundary with a kick, and not a bad one either. Gray dropped the mark. Trying to go to O'Loughlin. Missed the target. Knights comes away with some time. Kicks back inside the 50. Good mark is held by Lewis. Did he play on? Not according to the umpire. Now he does. Kick it cleverly to Dunkley. It needed to be precise, and it was. Here's McPherson up through the middle. Heard the voice back towards the middle. On his knees, Kapler. He heard Kickett coming through. Bond. He won't make any concessions. Coming in the opposite direction. Down went Kickett. And Kickett's been taken high. Well, they made hard work of that, the Sydney Swans.
Yes, when you're not quite in touch, you don't start doing the more difficult, trying to execute the more difficult skills. Just do the basic percentage football.
Well, his head is ringing. Derek Kickett's got 2 goals. I wouldn't rule out the spiral from here. He's thinking about it. Give it a ride, Derek. That's the boy. About 5 metres out. Seen that one before, Roscoe. Across the line it goes. He was my man. Probably knows he should pass, but he thinks, what the heck?
Go for a Torby.
Yeah, love him.
2 kicks in it. Just over 7 minutes remaining in this first half. Turn it about. Sneaks around the boundary line as he's called to play on. Michael Gale won't get there in time and a throw-in. Lewis and McRae both closing fast on him. Good tight first half here at the SCG as round 9 continues. Prescott at the bottom, claimed by Kelly. They then decide to sit on each other. Ruse in that pack as well. Still on centre wing. Neeld, Ruse, Barr over the top. Daniels back on the ground. He's only off for a short time. Campbell soccers it away. Straight towards Bays. The loping long left footer goes down towards the half-forward line. Lockett and Turner. Turner chances up. With the socket off the ground. Missed it. Gray gives the hand pass in front of goal. Should be a Sydney goal.
How was the second honeymoon?
Unbelievable. Day 1, David's getting breakfast. Next thing, he's standing on the bed wearing nothing but the tray.
Kate!
Right. He trips, wrecks his knee, and we've got scrambled eggs from here to the Gold Coast. Luckily, we've got Aussie Car Assist with the comprehensive insurance. They brought us back home from Queensland and they brought the car back.
Aussie Assist sounds expensive.
That's free.
What sort of insurance company does that?
RACV Insurance. It's not just another insurance company.
G'day, Romeo.
You had
Pickett 2 goals, Garlick 2 goals. Daffy's got 2 for the Tigers. Margin back to 6 points. Seesawing affair this one. Good bounce in the middle too. One down by Mooney. Wide of the pack. Cresswell left it behind. Picked up by Brunt. Throws it on the boot. Garlick drops the mark. He's at right half forward. He's got plenty of help. He feeds it out wide to Kelly. 55 metres out to the pocket. And the big fella. Tony Lockett low down. Sharp angle this one. 1 so far.
Yes, Garlick, well done again. Lovely pass there from the skipper.
Lockett's best against the Tigers, 9. Of course, is a Saint in round 7 back in 1993. In total, 59 in 12 games for St Kilda against Richmond. Important kick this one to tie it all up. Tony Lockett deep in the right full forward pocket. Guns on the foot. The second time today.
Just over 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Knights will bring it back into play. Short to Turner. Still tucked in the back pocket. Richmond leading by 1 straight kick. It veers towards the boundary line, and Lewis, as casual as you like, just lopes over and lunges at the top of the pack to take the mark. Goes in towards the middle, and Cresswell, who gives it off to his captain Kelly, down towards the 50-metre line. Kick it waiting down, and Gray. And a free kick. Going to go back. Troy Gray was away, but Garlick has it. Oh, look at this. Well, comedy of errors on that occasion, although Turner gets claimed. Maxwell may get Richmond out of trouble. He's got a bit of space now, Stewie Maxwell on the outer side. Couple of bounces. He can have his third. He does. He's down to centre wing with number 4. There's number 5. Up towards the right half forward flank. Towards the 50-metre line. Towards the Gale brothers. No one able to take it. Nate was there also. And the Sydney defence with Ruse working hard. Gale unable to take the opportunity. Doreen towards the boundary line. And he's eventually over. A throw in. Left forward pocket. A goal of difference. Favouring the Tigers. 4 minutes remaining.
Gray in front. Quickly onto the boot there. Well done. Gains about 25 metres. Cresswell pushes the ball across the line. So once more, it'll be thrown in. Derek Kicker will sit down till half-time. Gale directs it down in front. Maxfield off a couple of steps, pulls it back towards the 50. Bayes goes back, takes the mark, lays it off. Kapler, all the time in the world. Kapler comes across the ground. Good kick. He's normally very precise. McPherson's got it. He's left half back. Goes towards the wing. In front, Huskis. Across the line it goes. Couldn't keep it in. So boundary throw in once more. Derek Kickett. 2 goals. A handy player. Gray trying to knock it down in front. Then McPherson follows on and gets it again. He's roving to himself the last couple of boundary throw-ins. Kicked it down towards left half forward. Coming through his Bond. Terrific player, Bond. Crossed the line on that occasion. Another throw-in. Chris Bond. Maybe his AFL debut with Carlton. Down in front of the pack. Lachlan heads for the boundary. So a lot of effort here for little return. Dying minutes of the first half. Swans down by 6 points. Daniels put his body in. O'Loughlin couldn't control it. How about that for courage? Crashing into that pack. Paul Kelly knows no other way. Interesting young man, Paul Kelly, the skipper of the Swans. Well, they've got to fight off the ball. Mooney and Bullis, I think. Yes, Bullis underneath there. Now Bond and Garlick, a little tag team action. The players slowly drifting down there, and a free kick is going to Mooney. Well, I saw none of that up ahead. They were about 35 metres from the ball.
Yeah, it was only the crowd's noise that alerted me to it too, Dennis, so I can't help you out there either.
Well, Mooney's got it. With a chance to level the scores right here. Kicking at his second. And the Tiger players pleading their case. Bullis and Campbell. James Van Beek in charge down there. Getting plenty of help. Mooney with the free kick. Gets the goal. Nice hack.
She's a top film director.
I have everything I ever wanted.
But behind the scenes, her family secrets are far more shocking than any Hollywood movie.
Get the hell out of here!
Her unfaithful husband.
You slept with her. You lied to me.
Her starstruck daughter.
Here they are.
Her innocent son.
I'm not trying to seduce you.
Jacqueline Smith in Danielle Steele's sizzling bestseller.
He's your best friend's father.
Over 2 sensational nights, Nivea presents Family Album, Monday on 7.
Some scores level once again as Prescott sends Richmond into attack, but only as far as Doreen, who takes the mark at half-back and wants to go on with the job. He plays on now. Sydney pumped up as they go over the head of O'Loughlin. He's very quick to recover the youngster. Gives the hand pass across to McRae. Shepard sees him there and he gets another one. Couple of minutes for the home side.
He's been very good, Dean McRae. Sourcing the ball out from half-back at times through the midfield, then delivering forward. It's been very handy. He and Kapler have been pretty good midfield. And again, O'Loughlin featuring. It's a good goal.
Well, according to my reckoning, the Swans have got the last 3 goals in this game. Good surge approaching half-time. Rucks go at it. Falls at their feet. Maxfield digs it out. Intended for Kellaway. Kelly with the pace though. Look at him go. Dragged down. Roos, who's been quiet, gets it across to McPherson. Blanketed off the boot. It goes as far as Bond. Aided by a good Shepard. He puts play towards the outer side. It bounces just inside the field of play. It bounced on its point and came back to Cresswell. It gets it across to Kapler. Back it comes to Cresswell. The kick is ill-directed. And Prescott takes the mark on his chest. Just over a minute to half-time. Prescott puts it towards the middle. In from the side, Lewis. Tailor-made for him. Knocks it down. Mooney kept it in front. Bayes paddles it out wide. Then stopped it brilliantly. It was taken high. Bayes to get the free. Right on the wing. Goes down towards left half forward. Daniels in best position. Campbell always had a problem. It was coming back on Daniels. Daniels able to hold his ground, centres it. Well, Gray needs to grow. In front, Brunton slides in there, controls it pretty well. Over the top for Gray, and a bounce. Ball up just outside the 50. Inside the last 30 seconds of the first half. Broderick going nowhere. That's Campbell. And I'd venture to say we won't see much more action. The umpire will bounce it. Unsatisfactory way to end a game or a quarter. The clock running down. The umpire taking the time to bounce. Prescott dragged off it. Knights gets it away. This is Bauer on the siren. So it's half-time at the SCG. The Sydney Swans fell off the pace by 14 points in that term. But they came storming back. And at half-time, they lead by 6. Some late goals there. The result of some very good and hard work by the Sydney Swans. Mooney got one of those goals, involved with Bullis. He got the ball downfield. The players were setting themselves for a boundary throw-in. Suddenly the umpire spotted something. Bullis was penalised. Tony Lockett has missed some opportunities, just the one goal. And most uncharacteristically, 2 out of bounds on the full. Dean McRae there on the right has been good. Entertaining game. Plenty of mistakes so far, but the Swans lead it by 6 points. It's 8-5 to 7-5 here at the SCG.
Fly the new Qantas business class to Hong Kong any day of the week. And with all the extra legroom, you'll feel like you're the only person on the flight.
Mr. Soft, won't you tell me why the world in which you're living is so strange? Oh, Mr. Soft, how come everything around you is so soft?
Bite through the shell of a Trebor soft mint and everything turns chewy and soft. Soft refreshment from new Trebor soft mints.
Sure you want to go back? I'm sure.
But you asked to come over.
I've changed my mind.
Do you realize?
Look, I know I'm not the only one going back. Thousands are.
Many are coming back because their price and service expectations haven't been met elsewhere. For others, it's the convenience of one bill. For all sorts of good reasons, thousands of customers have come back to Telecom.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
To join them, ring now. We'd like to welcome you back.
It's stock take time, it's your Ford dealer. But we don't want to count them, we want to sell them. With massive end of financial year savings like Festiva Trio from $15,999. That's right, just $15,999. Drive away, no more to pay. And you'll save on laser at $69 per week. Drive away. Plus, Ford dealers must clear thousands of used cars with no repayments till 1996. So save us the trouble and save yourself a bundle before June 30. During the Ford dealers, don't count them, sell them, sale.
$7:30 tonight, a 1-hour home improvement super special.
She's moaning real loud and calling your name.
It's always been a dream of mine. It's a brand new episode of the world's #1 rated comedy.
I can fix this.
Right.
Then come behind the scenes with Tim Allen and see the episode being made.
I'll call you back during the commercial.
Meet all of the cast.
Why did you say that?
In a revealing special packed full of laughs. The Home Improvement Super Special.
No good can come from this.
7:30 tonight on 7.
time here at the SCG, and the Sydney Swans lead by 6 points after they led by a point at quarter time. Ross Glendinning, plenty of mistakes so far in this game, but it's entertaining.
It is very entertaining, Dennis, but quite rightly there are a number of mistakes which just haven't allowed either side to get much flow to their game. And of course, Richmond have been stilted a bit by the fact of Matthew Richardson, which is unfortunately looks like could be a very bad knee injury.
That's a tragedy and a long-term thing too, as we take a look at some of the highlights from the first half. Mark Miranda, horrendous first half.
Yes, made some bad blues, and Derek Kickett, who's kicked a couple of goals but found himself on the bench in the last few minutes of that quarter.
Still doesn't look too fit, does he, Derek?
No, it looks as if he can do a bit more, but he gets around the paddock okay. They've had some fairly good contributors midfield, Swans. Lewis has been one, although he made a very bad blue there. Capper on the wing's been pretty good as well. Roos has not had much of a touch at all so far. He's been well held by Mark Neeld. And Lockett has presented himself on a number of occasions, Dennis, but his kicking's been pretty poor today from a player of his standard.
Seen a bit of this today. Whitney going for a run and a bounce.
He got away with it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He looked as if he was going to make a mess of it, and then Gale, who chipped in for a couple in this second quarter.
He caused them problems when he went up front, didn't he, Michael Gale? Turned the defence around a bit, was lively.
It's almost as if the Sydney players didn't know who was responsible for Gale, because his brother, Brendan, had been very well held by Mark Bayes, who's been quite a springboard of attack from centre-half back.
That was a great goal. Always looked as though it was missing and somehow bent around and went through. Now, Turner's done a pretty good job. Admittedly, Lockett has missed a couple of opportunities. Garlick has made some mistakes, but has played well as well. It's been that sort of game.
I think nearly a lot of the players in the field have all had that set about them there, so they've had a contribution, but also mixed that with some mistakes. So let's hope the second half, the intensity is quite okay, but if we can just eradicate some of those mistakes, be even higher standard.
Dean McRae has been good as well as we take a look at the scoreline. And as I said, a point at quarter time, at half time, out to 6 points. Just checking the goal scorers. Firstly for the Swans, 2 apiece to Mooney, Kickett and Garlick, and singles to McRae and Lockett. And for the Tigers, Daffy's got 2, a dangerous forward, and singles to Naish, Michael Gale, Neil, Bauer and Brendan Gale. So at half time, it's the Swans by 6 points. Let's take a look at some of the scoring fluctuations in the first half.
Well, it's ebbed and flowed a bit, hasn't it? It's almost been goal for goal, as that shows there, and a very tight game, as that indicates. So let's hope that continues in the second half.
Okay, so the margin 6 points at halftime, as I say. The Swans in front. Can the Tigers get back?
Ron Barassi loves talking footy. Listen in Monday night on 7's latest footy sensation.
Someday we'll all be together once more, when all of the ships come back to the shore. I realize something I've always known, still call Australia home.
I want a burger.
That's a burger.
With a quarter pound of beef patty. Don't make it 2 patties.
2 patties.
And cheese, 3 slices.
Okay.
With onions, ketchup, mustard.
Go, go, go.
McDonald's introduces the Beefmeister. A beefier, cheesier, tastier burger.
Burger's clear.
But you'd better hurry, because they won't be here for long.
You like a beer, mate?
Yeah, dog.
3 diamonds, thanks, Wendy. Tastes all right, doesn't it? You wouldn't know it had less carbohydrates, would you? Yeah, good for the old.
No good, huh? Me sumo, stay big.
Want to watch your weight? Try Diamond Draft.
I don't.
Get there any way you can, but whatever you do, don't miss Sportsworks.
It's back at ScienceWorks by popular demand, but for a limited time only. SportsWorks is your chance to find out how your body works in sport and test your skill against the pros. It's guaranteed to raise your pulse. Proudly sponsored by SunSmart and Channel 7.
Home Express and the Quilt Factory join forces for their massive May sale. All quilts heavily discounted. $20 off Dacron quilts, $30 off pure wool quilts, and the best white goose quilts from only $89. Everything is on sale. 20% off all Sheridan, up to 20% off sheets and blankets, and over 30% off quilt covers. It's the Quilt Factory and Home Express massive May sale. Hurry while stocks last.
7 Sports hope you're enjoying today's AFL match, live from the SCG.
Yes, and we hope you're enjoying a very tight contest here at the SCG at half-time. If you've just tuned in, Sydney are 8-5, 53, coming with a late rush in the second quarter, leading Richmond by one straight kick. They are 7-5, but of course they are without key forward Matthew Richardson. Plenty of football coming away on 7 Sport this afternoon. A little bit later on, way across the Nullarbor, and it is Fremantle and Brisbane. A big week for the Brisbane Bears, spending it over there in the west. Terry Wheeler is also there at the moment, looking forward to this afternoon's game. Terry, what about some of the players to watch out for?
Well, this is a very important game for both sides, both 3 wins, but more so I think for the Dockers at home, and they've made some 6 changes and brought back some very important players into their lineup, Sandy. Players who under Jared Neesham's coaching do handle the ball and possess it quite well, and I speak of Scott Chisholm back into the back line, where he will team up with Dale Kickett. Now these 2 boys between them, averaging some 20 possessions each. So when you have your side bring back 40 possessions into one game, that certainly is a significant contribution from those 2 players there. And so along with Tony Delaney coming in, Fremantle looking a lot stronger for this particular game. Whereas for Brisbane, if they are to win a game away from the Gabba, it needs to be this one, and a lot of it will come down to Richard Champion. He was beaten by Stuart Lowy last week, moved to the forward line, but I think he's going to have to return back there this week, not so much for Peter Mann, who I think Dion Scott may take, but more so for John Hutton, the leading goal kicker for the Fremantle side. So all is in readiness, Andy, for a very close and tight game.
Terry, just before you go, who are you tipping?
I'm going to go with the Dockers, mate. I think the 3 players coming back in will make a significant difference.
All right, thank you very much. Terry Wheeler over there in the west, having a look at the game coming up a little bit later on in many stations around Australia between the Fremantle Dockers and also the Brisbane Bears. Another big clash today to complete round 9 is at the MCG, and a big crowd there amongst them as Gerard Healy. Give us the scenario, G.
Well, traditional rival Sandy, 60,000 people here, the MCG roaring with both sides, starting pretty well. Melbourne got out of the blocks early, they looked the sharper side, and the fairy tale is starting to unfold. David Swartz, 4 months after a reconstruction, has managed to bob up with the first goal, courtesy of a little chip pass from Jim Steins, as you'll see here. Good on you, Jimmy. You've got him into the game nice and early, and he didn't let him down, bearing in mind that this fellow hasn't played any football, no game in the seconds whatsoever. Did his knee on February the 3rd, but Collingwood have struck back. They've kicked the last couple of goals. Rocker got one early, as did Stephen Patterson, and they're well and truly back in this Collingwood. Both sides are attacking the football as if their finals or their season depends on it. Here's Stephen Patterson's goal, and virtually, Sandy, that's the scenario. The season does depend on the result of this. There's the score at present, about halfway through the first quarter. Collingwood with a slender lead.
Just before you go, Gerard, any injury problems at this stage for either side?
Unfortunately for Collingwood, Mick McGuan has torn a calf muscle. He went into the game with a bit of an injury, we believe, and unfortunately he's off the ground.
All right, thank you very much for that, Gerard. Gerard Healy at the MCG with 60,000 fans at the moment. The Pies enjoying a slender lead. We'll take a break and be back for the second half here at the SCG shortly.
Stay with 7 for more Friday night football. North Melbourne and Essendon at the MCG.
There's a lot going on in the world, gets busier every day. Doing your job, having a say, taking your mark or just finding your way. But it's nice to know there's a place to go. At the pub. You're always right at home. At the pub. You never feel alone. At the pub. You're never on your own, 'cause it's all going on at a pub near you. I don't
So, what do you think?
Oh, the Beijing thing. Coffee?
Yeah. Oh, no, thanks.
Well, it's big. It's a hell of a big commitment. We can do it. We have to gear up, move quick. And if we don't, you know he's going to pick it up, don't you? Yeah, I know. Look, it's a great contract. A great opportunity, but I don't know. Are we ready?
Chris, are we ready?
Mate, we're overdue. Okay. All right, but it means increasing our bank loan. You know that.
At the National, we make it our business to understand yours. So when the opportunity arrives, we can tailor a loan to make the most of it.
How does 10 o'clock tomorrow morning sound? I couldn't go. No, here. Here?
Night, Dave. Chris.
Night. Oh, Sandra. The bank will be here in the morning.
These are the times that we move through. These are the times that we move through. This is the road that we travel. This is the place that we come to. Revolution.
Pick apart, pick apart, pick apart, pick apart. Don't leave that car just sitting in a heap. Come to Pick Apart, where everything's cheap. Second-hand parts for second-hand cars, from a door to a wheel or a bumper bar. Now at Pick Apart, there's nothing on the shelf, because you bring your tools and do it all yourself. Check out the cars for the part that's right. You're sure to find it. There's hundreds on site. Then you strip the car for the parts you need. Pick apart, but do it carefully, because there's no warranty. Fussell Road, Kilsyde, 7 days a week. Entry's free and everything's cheap.
Time here at the SCG. 4-2 to Sydney in the second quarter. 3-3 to Richmond. It's 8-5 playing a 7-5 with both sides about to make their way out onto the ground. But here is the drama surrounding the first half, Roscoe.
It's a real shame that this happened, and we mentioned during the call that Richardson was obviously aware that he was so close to that boundary line fence, and in doing so just took his eye off the ball, landed awkwardly, and let's hope that it's not a severe injury, but it looks pretty ordinary at the moment.
Yes, both the sides coming out onto the ground for this second half. Russell Morris is riding the boundary line. Russ, we've noticed on a couple of occasions today, Tony Lockett and his kicking for goal, well, 2 for example, out of bounds on the full. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Well, I spoke to him earlier in the rooms, and as you mentioned before, he's got a bandage on his left knee. So I asked him what was wrong, and he said that he's got a bit of a strained medial ligament, which obviously doesn't help. So when he's lining up for goal, he must be conscious of the balance on that left leg and kicking, and obviously affecting the way he's delivering the ball onto his foot. So from a balance point of view, he's kicked 2 out of bounds, and Mr. Point only kicked 1. So maybe it's affecting his game. I don't know, but that's one theory, Sandy.
That aside, how have you assessed the first half?
Well, I think it's encouraging to see the Swans that were down coming back, but then again, it's interesting to see, if Daffy can get a few more goals. They're missing Richardson, sadly, unfortunately, because that marking power. Edwards not able to take a lot of marks, but I was very impressed with Lewis. Lewis's high marking off the half-back line for the Swans was exceptional, and also I think Ross mentioned that Dean McRae hitting Lockett on the chest before with a left foot pass, and also putting one through from about 35. So players like that's fantastic stuff.
Thank you, Russ. Just about set then to go for the second half. Before we do, though, Ross, we'll have a quick look at some of the stats today.
Yes, and Sydney using the handball a little more often than the Tigers, but that's sometimes because of the pressure they've been under with the good tackling by the Tigers. And they've actually handballed sometimes unnecessarily, and they should be more direct by foot. And the centre breaks favouring the Tigers, but really not taking full advantage of that.
Interesting too for the sort of game it's been. Only 15 free kicks, 9 and 6. So it's been pretty tough with the umpires letting them play, which is good. It's been a good spectacle. Yeah, well, Dan, I've seen quite a few games this year where there's been a very minimal number of free kicks given at the end of a game, and I mean, really, you should be getting up around perhaps 30 or 35 free kicks overall. Then you get the odd one where suddenly they blow out to about 45 or so. Exactly right. Oh, well, each game is different. Such is the beauty of the game. That's a good smile. He looks quite happy. 2 goals at the moment for Derek Kickett, his side leading by a goal. There's something about camera awareness, isn't there? So many guys.
Matthew Richardson, on the other hand, well, pensive and pondering just what the specialists are going to.
I mean, in its way, this is just as important, well, to Richmond as Sean Wren was to Adelaide. We're talking about the season right here on the line for the Tigers. If that's as serious as perhaps it could be, then gee whiz, their season suddenly goes down a rung or two. A real test for them. He's a marvellous young player.
So here we go. Second half, a goal of difference. Sydney lead. They're going to the right of screen. Bullis comes over the top and cops one as they lock it up in the middle. Another bounce will take place. Mooney kicked 2 goals, 1 in each quarter to date. Was given 1 as a gift with a 50-metre penalty. Bullis has got to stand his ground. Broderick tries to storm through and steal the football, but he's not allowed to. Another bounce, still virtually smack in the middle. This time pushed towards the wing. Kelly, an illegal tackle on Matthew Knights. He will send the Tigers down into their forward zone. The lightning left footer goes down towards the 50. Kick is very wide. Cresswell didn't get there in time, and going to ground and going over the boundary line is Justin Murphy. Whitney comes in to do the ruck work, but is held on to. Taken away from the ball. He has the free 60 metres out from goal. Floats it in towards full forward. No mark taken. Murphy gets a hurried kick. It goes straight across the face of goal. McRae has been very busy for Sydney. He's going to have to be now as Bauer hassles into the line. Then asks the question, but the ball spills over. Throw in the right forward pocket. Nathan Bauer kicked a goal in the second quarter after starting on the bench.
Gale and Gray, the 225s. Gale hooks it down behind, kick it, had it, then lost it. Doreen out of the congestion towards midfield. O'Loughlin almost the mark. He was pushed in the back. He'll get the free kick. Inside the centre square. O'Loughlin, exciting prospect, comes out wide. Loses the target. Up he goes. Couldn't hang on. Campbell, well done. Still Campbell across his own half-back line. Now Knights on the wing, goes down towards half-forward, setting it up for Gale in front. Timely fist, got it away by Bays. And now Kelly. Kelly's hand pass a little untidy. Cresswell had to wait. Now they've got a problem. Well done by Prescott. He played and beat 3 of them. McPherson's hand pass untidy. Into a nest of Tigers. Down goes Knights. Daffy tries to soccer off the ground. They're going in willingly. McPherson floats one towards the wing. Neild's in front with Roos. Play on's the call. Roos wants a 3-0 doing. Tate, clever hand pass. Sent Kellaway into space. Tough to do at the SCG sometimes. He kicks well inside the 50, and that's a mark. No, it's not, said the umpire. He was only 10 metres away. Dunkley's hand pass bounces off the chest of Doreen. Daffy snaps at his third. Hasn't got the distance. Back goes Lewis. Watch the fence, boys. A boundary throw in. No, in fact, he's paid the mark, has he? Well, that's a good grab. Great concentration by Dale Lewis.
From the back pocket. Broderick has his eyes on this one. And he's going to send Richmond back into the forward zone once again. A little worm burner just inside 50 to Nick Daffy. 1 in the first, 1 in the second. John Northey has stated that he's expecting at least 3 or 4 from Daffy each week. That's his job. At the moment he has 2, so he's well on the way to doing that job today. This to level the scores at the SCG. Pretty deadly on the run. Let's have a look at him from a set shot. Nick Daffy. Way to the right. And an opportunity missed for Richmond there. 5 points the margin. Sydney hoping this win today will be the launching pad for a big month as they head around the country hoping to consolidate their position. McRae goes short to Cresswell. Cresswell has it on the outer half-back flank. Has a look up towards a congested wing area. Roos was shoved out of it. But Bullis has the mark, so it doesn't matter. 5 marks to Paul Bullis. Puts them inside 50 once again. Murphy had it. Brendan Gale went for the mark, then tried to get it out, but had no assistance whatsoever. A cry of ball from Sydney fans, but no. Another bounce, just inside 50. Sydney leading by 5 points. Kick it, trying to get out of defence. Almost gets it away, but Prescott lays a solid tackle. Brendan Gale's got to pick himself up and contest the ruck work once again. Prescott there also. Coming into this Richmond lineup. Brendan Gale goes to Prescott. Which way will it bounce? Going to be all right for Sydney. Dunkley was playing in front. They should get out of trouble here. Campbell on the end of it. He's on the half-back flank. And the left footer can go up towards centre wing. Campbell had it for a moment, but then lost it. An opportunity for Bradley. No, another opportunity for Campbell. Bradley gets it. Well, the two sharing it around as Neeld picks it up now. Pumps it high towards half-forward, but straight to kick it.
Oh, some bad talking there, I fancy. Kick it, sold into trouble. The hand pass eventually from Bayes to McRae. McRae back inside, intended for McPherson. It was wide at the mark, gave Tape a chance. Roderick, who's been quiet by his standards, to Daffy. He floats one out wide, but it was good. Now Bauer in space can run inside the 50 and take a shot at goal, and he does that. In fact, he won't get the distance from behind Murphy. It comes down in front. Gale dragged down by Doreen. Naish knocks it towards the boundary line. It's a cross and will be thrown in.
Well, I think we've seen all the mistakes you can make in a football match so far in this quarter.
Yes, plenty of them. That's interesting. Off the ball. Meantime, Mooney grabs it, kicks it back towards halfback. Bauer back to his own goal. Tried to be slick and give it to Tape. It didn't succeed. He comes again. O'Loughlin down on the ground, tries to knock it out. In there is McRae. And we'll have a bounce. Dean McRae, former North Melbourne player, grew up barracking for Richmond. Bounce at left half back for the Swans, close to the boundary line. That fateful area where Richardson had his problems much earlier today. Wigney to the pocket. Murphy out-bustled by Dunkley. You've got to do better than that. Dunkley too easy, angling the ball across the line.
So another throw in the right forward pocket. Gale sets himself with the right hand and wins it down towards Prescott and Naish. There's a snap and there's a goal! What a beauty!
Reckon this is a dicey job? You're right. And because I know it's dangerous, I don't take any chances. But down there, they do. That's where the accidents happen. So even if you're only working 1 story up, make sure you follow all the safety precautions. Unless you got wings.
So it is Richmond by a point after that wonderful Naish goal. Coming after a quarter of errors, that was something a little different. Kellaway picks himself up. A bounce in the middle. The big pack around it. Bullis wins it, but it's to kick it at the bottom of the pack. Somehow picks himself up, goes up towards half forward. Wigney is spoiled. O'Loughlin may try and go off the ground. Tries to put some fancy soccer tactics, and it almost comes off. Twisting out was Wigney. Gets the hand pass away towards Bauer. His hand pass in towards the middle. Wigney and Bullis were both there. They both overrun it. Messy football in the middle of the SCG. At the bottom is Neil Brunton. With him is Ashley Prescott. And another bounce. 1 point the margin. Favouring Richmond. Looking to go to the top of the table. Kellaway tumbles it down towards half forward. Gray drifts away to the outer side. And the diving mark is taken by Cresswell. Darren Cresswell runs on now, up towards half forward. Out comes Lockett! Charging! With him is Garlick. It's got to be Lockett and Garlick. They're going to beat about 4 of them with the whistle has sounded. And it's going to be a Garlick free kick.
Very late. Umpire Scott McLaren there. The definite free kick, there's no question. Maybe that's a possibility. Dennis, she could be right there. With Lockett running onto the ball.
I'm not sure you could hear me before, Ross. Blessing, really? It was a late whistle, I said. Well, he's gone. They're back in front.
3 goals to Garlick. Sydney at 9-5. Richmond 8-6.
There comes infringement again as the kick comes deep in the attack there. Whitney went back with a bit of courage but couldn't quite hang on to it. Fine tackling Garlick without the footy. Maybe that's where the umpire was late in blowing the whistle, perhaps looking to give Lockett the advantage, not to be. Comes back to Garlick for his third.
So the Swans by 5 points. A lot of lead changes today. Mooney goes up, lays it down into the path of Kelly, who keeps running with the assistance of O'Loughlin. Can't control it though, Paul Kelly. Kellaway comes out with it, feeds it back to Knights. Advantage is going to be paid. No, there was no free kick in there, or if there was, he was whistled on. Going in McRae, coming through strongly Knights to Broderick with some time. Now he gets it back to Tape. It ricochets off kick it. Only went about 20 metres. Brutton's in there, picked up by Neeld. Throws it on the boot down towards half forward. The Swans in good position. And a strong mark is held down there by McPherson. Timely one. Plays on. This is Mooney across half back. Swings it out very wide. Gray will need to go, and he does. He's got the ball on the wing in the sunshine. Casual kick but effective to Reen, to Kapler on his left foot. Here's trouble for the Tigers. He goes in towards Kelly and Lockett. Kelly takes the ball and kicks a goal.
How was the second honeymoon?
Unbelievable. Day one, David's getting breakfast. Next thing, he's standing on the bed wearing nothing but the tray.
Kate!
Right. He trips, wrecks his knee, and we've got scrambled eggs from here to the Gold Coast. Luckily, we've got Aussie Car Assist with the comprehensive insurance. They brought us back home from Queensland and they brought the car back.
Aussie Assist sounds expensive. That's free. What sort of insurance company does that?
RACV Insurance. It's not just another insurance company.
G'day, Romeo.
You had
Well, the Sydney chant goes up here at the SCG as Kickett pumps them into attack again. Down towards the 50. Could have been some holding on there. The umpire says go on with it. And O'Loughlin does. The youngster chips over the top. And listen to the crowd roar.
He's something special, that boy. Just deft little taps of the football to keep it in play, keep it running freely for him as Kickett. I'm not sure wouldn't have been paid a free kick for being high, tackled high in the centre there. Gets the ball forward. Just a lovely little tap forward here. Finishes off very well.
And he's very emotional, young O'Loughlin, too, after that goal. Why not? A big roar around the SCG. Well, footy's alive and well at the present time in New South Wales. Don't worry about that. They're enjoying this. Kick it again out of the middle, down towards half forward. Tape's in the road this time. Held without it. Prescott was slung. Still Tape is going, and eventually he earns a free kick. Well done. Jamie Tape up towards the centre circle. 11-5 to 8-6. So suddenly, Sydney have opened a gap in this game. Tape goes down towards half forward. Big pack. Dunkley from behind. It's fisted forward. Spills to Roos, who hasn't had a kick yet. Was that in the back or holding the ball? It was in the back, and a free kick to Chapman at the base of that pack. Just on the ground in place of Huskis. Like a league player getting up to play the ball. Chapman. Dunkley. Now Kapler. Putting himself about Kapler. He runs up to half back. Generally uses the ball well, and that's no exception.
Kelly ran hard, Dennis, from the other side of the ground to make that space.
The Swans are making their move. Here's Bays, 75 metres out, kick it long. Well, he tried to. As a result, he miscued. Turner was in front. Lockett was off Turner by about 15 metres hanging back. Had he set the kick up properly, it could have been Lockett's ball. Turner, grandstand wing. Biblet from Maxfield, waiting behind his Kapler. Kapler gets it towards Cresswell. He mishandles. Held without it. Free kick to Naish.
Plays on straight away. Gives it across to Duncan Kellaway. Richmond need to steady now as Gale gives it away to Daffy. Daffy has a look up towards the half-forward line, but the Swans are in front and Lewis has it. Let it come back behind the mark. So a sudden flurry by Sydney with Kelly, Garlick and O'Loughlin goaling. Sees them leave. Lewis kick out in front of Creswell. He's got a bit of space and a bit of time as he finds Mooney outside 50. Lockett shielding his eyes from the sun. Here we go, Lockett and Turner. Michael Gale gets the hand pass away to Bond. To the outer side, Bullis takes the mark at half-back. Turner has run off Lockett and he ambles down the half-back line. Drifts it over the centre and he finds Brendan Gale. Thought about playing on. In fact, the umpire said, you have, Benny, you better go. So he does, in towards half-forward. Murphy up too early. Gee. Someone else went up and almost came down in two separate halves. Maxfield's got a chance for a much-needed goal for the Tigers, and he's got it. Stewie Maxfield.
Thanks to overwhelming generosity, McHappy Day 1995 exceeded expectations and raised $787,000 to help change the lives of special children. So, we'd just like to say...
Thank you very much.
Swans lead it by 11 points. Andrew Dunkley's okay after re-entry and touchdown. He went right over the top there and landed very awkwardly. Terrific leap. He's got that. Not the best of kicks, but gee, plays it hard. Back in the middle, and the Tigers coming back at the Swans, charging in his Bullis. Kickett has been very effective in the centre square. Garlick went without it. Broderick digs it out. Kellaway down towards half forward. It pitches out wide. It's a foot race. Roos and Neeld. Well done by Roos. He's got the ball down half back. No, he hasn't. He was robbed. Naish got it to Bond. Across it comes to Bauer. Deep in the pocket. I think he may have slotted it. No, he hit the post. Right near the top. In fact, it may be a kick. The all clear hasn't been given. Bauer will take the kick in the pocket. Now, the umpire appeared to go across and actually ask him if he was happy with the point.
You can't do that.
No, I don't think so. There was a conversation, though. And Bauer, on a sharp angle, I mean, he could miss everything from here, and his near side will be on. There goes the kick. Behind. So, as you were. 11-5-9-7. Nathan Bauer. 6.5 minutes till three-quarter time. Not a pretty term, this one. First half was better, but the stakes are very high. Players of both teams making even more mistakes in this quarter. Here's Garlick. But it's still been very enjoyable. Certainly the crowd enjoying it, with Sydney just in front and playing pretty well. It comes out wide towards the wing. Mooney. So for once you feel in Sydney the home crowd will be a factor. If this is close late, Mooney puts it out of bounds on the full. Broderick will take the free down in front of our commentary position. His 14th possession goes across the ground. Michael Gale's got it. Not a particularly good kick. He was going for distance. It bounces towards the centre. Kickett storms in. O'Loughlin a half chance. Well done. Slipped it back to Lewis, who pops it out wide. Going back with a flat McPherson. McPherson, just shy of left half forward, plays on. Sets it up for Lockett. Turner's done very well in that duel. Here's Kelly. Almost tackled before he had the ball. Was put down. Prescott did well. Stood up in the tackle. Socked off the ground by Broderick. It comes out to Whitney. And now the Tigers can clear.
Stuart Whitney from half-back comes into Maxfield, who takes the mark. Plays on quickly to Bond. They're out of trouble now as Whitney continues to run. Stabs it into Neeld. Almost down to half-forward. Tigers want one here. Precious seconds ticking away in this all-important third quarter. Probably hand pass once again, but Scotty Doreen's equal to the task. Gets the hand pass across towards Dunkley. Comes towards centre wing. But plenty of holding out between Garlick and Bond. Simon Garlick eventually gets rid of the Richmond best and fairest and takes the mark. Plays on to Creswell, who goes off to Kapler. They run it through the middle now. Here's Bayes. Let one go towards Lockett. Tried to do it with the one hand. Michael Gale ripped off the football. O'Loughlin plays a good tackle on Kellaway. Knights comes through for Richmond. Matthew Knights now has a look towards Whitney, and he takes the mark on halfback. Very, very tight. Not always pretty, but very tight. Bayes again will have a look up towards half forward. A look up towards Lockett and Turner. Lockett this time trying to do it from the back. He recovers, gets a left foot snap. It's high, but it's wide, and it's out of bounds on the full for Tony for the third time in this game.
Just ain't his day, is it?
Not today, and now we've got a throw in. At the moment, of course, still plenty of time to go. Over 4 minutes in this third term. And then what should be a very tight, exciting final quarter as it stands at the moment. Garlick towards Kicken, who's been busy. Bond at the bottom. See progress scores, and the other match being played at the moment. Crowd of some 60,000 plus at the MCG for that one.
There's the bounce then in the pocket. Bullis pops in front, knocked over the top by Mooney. Bond's got it. In the meantime, it's coming back in a free kick to Broderick. Sydney by 10 points. Broderick across the ground. Turner has done a terrific job in defence. He's got this ball at left half back in the shadows of the grandstand. Kicks towards midfield. Whitney just slips away in front there, and that's enough space. He's taken this mark in front of Rocker. Goes short. Kellaway has to stretch. He juggled it. Sees Bond on. Bond about 80 metres from goal, goes towards the pocket, fisted away by Dunkley against Murphy. He angled that one superbly, and it's out of bounds right on the 50.
You know when Andrew Dunkley's going to spoil the ball, it's going to go 25 metres. He gives it a hit with such ferocity. It's the way to clear the ball out of the area. Well done.
Rocker and Neeld body to body. Rocker gets it down. Roos, almost a kick. Still Roos, knocked away though by Bauer, hard against the line, tries valiantly to keep it in, it's still in, gathered by Dunkley, who decides to take them on, but the boundary line is ally there, and he goes across immediately, riding the first bump. So boundary throw in the pocket, 11-5 Sydney, 9-7 Richmond. Gale and Rocker dragged off it. Kellaway's kick went nowhere. Broderick back to Kellaway, who misses a behind.
17 effective scoring shots to 16 in Richmond's favour, but Sydney lead by 9 points with under 3 minutes remaining. McRae will be going down the aisle later this year. Gets the hand pass away to Creswell, who goes up towards Mooney. The gloved ones combining. Mooney over the top now. Bayes, he could have a crack. No, he elects to go short. A bullet-like pass, not quite for Lockett. Kelly's there and he's got to beat a couple and he can't do it. Knights will come away, bouncing his way out of the back pocket region. O'Loughlin gives chase, but Knights gets his kick up towards the centre wing, and the mark taken by Duncan Kellaway. His floating kick finds Chris Nash just forward of the centre. Up towards half-forward, a big clash of players, and Dale Lewis is the last to pick himself up, but he's got the free kick. Goes to the outer side, Bullis chips in front, takes the mark. Picked up plenty in the air today, Paul Bullis. Puts them inside 50 once more, and if it wasn't a mark, it would have been a free kick. But holding his ground and taking the mark is Edwards. He's going to have a shot just 25 metres out, almost directly in front.
It's Tony's second kick coming up to Edwards, who come in to replace Richardson. Dunkley there just completely misreading the flight of the ball, flying early.
An important kick. The margin at the moment is 9 points. Edwards from 25 metres pops it onto the left foot and kicks a goal.
Next week.
Planning a baby? 45% of obstetricians now refuse to work in our public hospitals.
The tip of the iceberg in a system that's gone critical.
They're just leaving.
A special investigation revealing condemning statistics. Plus, how to take on the Met.
We won.
And ride free.
We won against the bureaucracy.
And also, throw away the pills.
Release a lot of tension.
A totally drug-free cure for headaches. Coming up on Melbourne's Today Tonight.
Until three-quarter time, Ray couldn't control it. Cresswell back to McRae, just forward of the wing. Goes deep into attack, down towards Lockett, in front, Turner knocks it away. Well done again. Gale across to Whitney. Heads for the boundary line. Andor Bauer clicks it back. Well worked. Whitney to Gale. Dragged down in the tackle. A hand pass not particularly effective. Kelly gets it across. Chapman to kick it. Kick it, slips over. The moment is gone, or is it? Back comes Chapman, gave it away. Campbell takes the mark inside his own defensive 50. We're down to 25 seconds. Another run, this time from Whitney, but just one bounce as he kicks towards half forward. Big pack at the drop of the ball. In front, Maxfield a half opportunity, sliding in down there, Miranda. And a whistle, and I'd venture to say that will be the last action of the term. 3 points the difference. Sydney up. They led by 6 at half-time and 1 at quarter-time. Nothing much has changed. So three-quarter time at the SCG. A torrid affair. And still, one sense, is more to come. This game very much in the balance. The breeze is not a factor. But I venture to say that we'll see Sydney have a slight advantage in the final term. Paul Roos has had a dirty day. Just 3 hand passes, his tally so far. If he can lift, then maybe Sydney can get up. Of course, the Tigers are without Matthew Richardson. And Lockett, just the 1 goal. Three-quarter time at the SCG. It's the Swans 11-5 and the Tigers are 10-8.
The Tourers travel to Eastern Creek for another round of championship racing. Today on 7.
Barton, Burton and Burstein, putting you through.
Good night.
Barton, Burton and Burstein. 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 Barton, Burton and Burstein.
Get a job. Get a job. Get a job. Get a job.
From the trusted Triton to the new Express walkthrough, there's a Mitsubishi to suit any job. Designed to be amongst the most reliable vehicles on the road, it's no wonder Mitsubishi Tritons and Express vans are the ones businesses count on, day in, day out.
If you're looking to buy healthy food for your family, you don't have to test for fat levels. You don't have to test for salt. You don't even have to test for fibre, because we've already tested it for you in government laboratories. And if it passes our test, it gets the big tick, the National Heart Foundation tick. It takes the heartache out of choosing healthy food.
A bag that stands up and gives you an extra hand around the garden. How would that make you feel? Glad stand-up bags.
This is it. The missile is launched. He's left the ground. The hands are out. He's going for it. This is football history. This is the age Aussie rules CD-ROM.
All the answers to all your Aussie rules questions. Every argument-settling footy fact. Plus a fantastic grand final strategy game and a dream team calculator and score sheet. This is Football History, the Age Aussie Rules CD-ROM. Another footy first from the Visual Entertainment Group.
If you were ever woken up in the middle of the night by a tree crashing through your ceiling, you were probably glad at least one thing survived the storm. Insurance. It puts things back together again.
If I'm not in colour, I'm not in business. That's why I like the Xerox colour copier. It not only copies colour to colour, but it transforms black and white images, and more importantly, black and white business documents, into bright living colour. In fact, it's so good, even I find it hard to tell the difference. If you're not in Xerox colour, you're just not in business.
Three-quarter time here at the SCG, and Sydney lead in a thriller 11-5, 71, but still anyone's game. Richmond at 10-8, 68. And in the other match in progress at the moment, this is midway through the second quarter. Melbourne lead Collingwood coming from behind. Melbourne are 4-6-30. Neitz has booted 2. Tingay and Schwartz have 1 apiece for the Demons. And Collingwood are 3-8-26.
7 Sports is proud to present this match as part of the 1995 Coca-Cola AFL Premiership season.
So nip and tuck here at the SCG as John Northey barks his instructions to his charges for this very important final term, a chance for them to go to the top of the ladder and a chance for Sydney to really climb the ladder if they can steal the 4 points here in this one today. Let's go down to the boundary, and our rider today is Russell Morris. Who do you think at this stage, Russ?
Well, it's a big contrast from last week, Sandy, but the way Sydney are playing, they're missing the targets. I think Dennis mentioned earlier, the halfbacks such as Bays and Kepler and Lewis not giving Lockett a real opportunity because, you know, Lockett having to prop and allowing Turner to punch the ball away. But then again, you've got to give a lot of credit to Turner, who's played an exceptional game on Lockett, getting the fist in and doing very, very well. So it's very difficult to say, like, if the crowd gets up and Sydney start to get a few quick goals, well, you just don't know. But then again, Richmond could steal it. So I'll sit on the fence, Sandy.
Oh, good on you. Let's have a look at these, Roscoe. Incidentally, our crowd today is 23,174. An excellent follow-up from last week with Carlton.
That is good, isn't it, Sandy? And inside 50 is always a stat I like to look at here, and both sides have been there quite a few times. They're just not able to capitalise. There's been some untidy kicks into that area. So if they could just improve their efficiency with their disposal, both sides would be much better off.
So the Swans in front. Interesting, just going to the record book, they've been in a situation that's in front of three-quarter time 14 times in the past 4 years. Well, they've won 9 of them, so what does that tell us? Much as Russell's analysis, really. They haven't found themselves in front of three-quarter time too often, the Sydney Swans. Can they go on from here? Will this tell us something about their maturity? For the Tigers, who had that great run broken last week, can they get back on the winning side of the ledger? 11-5, 10-8. The start of the final term. Which bounce favours Bullis, who goes up and thumps it down. Kickett, who, as we said in the third quarter, has done well in the centre square. His hand pass ineffective that time. Bullis falls on top of the ball and will have a bounce. 11-5, 10-8. Generally, the umpires have done a pretty good job today. One down by Mooney. O'Loughlin got a hand to it. Bullis sockers off the ground, moved it about 5 metres. And it will be a Tiger free kick. Kellaway, I think, dragged down there. Willie. Yes, it's eventually finding its way back to Kellaway. Still inside the centre square. Kicks it down towards half forward. Gale's the target. McRae in front. Gale reaches over the top, takes the mark, gets the hand pass on. Daffy towards the pocket. Edwards on the lead. Good footy by the Tigers. Edwards got a late goal in that third term. A chance right here to kick his second.
It's made good ground to make that a chest mark.
Matthew Richardson off the ground. The knee is badly swollen. And no doubt the next 24 hours will tell us more. Terrible news for Richmond. A cloud over this afternoon, no matter what happens. Edwards misses to the near side. They creep a little closer. The margin is back to 2 points.
Scotty Doreen to bring it back into play. This goes short, finds Andrew Dunkley. Dunkley has a look up towards the centre wing. Broderick somehow gets some tunnel ball working. Whitney unfortunately couldn't, but Kellaway gives him backup support. McRae charges at the football, however, that was good football. Chapman now an opportunity for Sydney. Chapman's just outside 50, but he pulls it into the left forward pocket. That will go out of bounds on the full. Disappointing kick. With Sydney leading by a couple of points. Would have been very keen to try and score from that, or at least keep it in the region. Bayes comes over the top, and he'll put it straight back towards Lockett territory. Floating sort of a kick, though. It wasn't a good one, and Bullis takes the mark.
When the best kicks on the ground are kicking like that, it makes you wonder.
Well, Bullis goes to the outer side and bows away. He can run half the length of the ground. From the back pocket, he goes up towards Edwards. Could be socket up the ground here. Wayne Campbell, one behind. One point the margin. Campbell today, perhaps a little quieter by his standards. 10 kicks and 3 hand passes. Cresswell a free kick. Illegally shoved out. Just repeating that crowd today, 23,174, which is excellent. Excellent couple of weeks for Sydney. Bullis again takes a mark. That is mark number 9 to Paul Bullis. To the half-forward line. It spills free over the back. Kelly has an opportunity for Sydney. Hand pass goes astray. A couple of Tiger players battling for the football. They've got possession now. Trying to sneak it away was Maxfield. Couldn't do so. It turns over again. Down towards the half-forward line. Down towards Garlick. He's away. Simon Garlick. Inside 50. Slams it in towards Tony Lockett. And Scotty Turner is 10 metres behind him.
Well, he took a couple of steps, Scotty Turner, Sandy, then just stopped completely and watched him. Just conceded straight away that if the pass came off, there was no chance. Perhaps even more so, expecting Garlick to have a ping.
Classical roving, isn't it? Just the right hand in and away you go. We've seen that with some champions over the years.
Well, it's been an uncharacteristic day for Tony. He's kicked one. That was back in the first quarter. But he's kicked a couple out of bounds on the full. And that woman is like many fans, holding her breath for this kick. Lockett from 35 has put it straight through the middle.
You like a beer, mate?
Yeah,
3 diamonds, thanks, Wendy. Tastes all right, doesn't it? You wouldn't know it had less carbohydrates, would you? Yeah, good for the old.
No good. Me sumo, stay big.
Want to watch your weight? Try Diamond Draft.
Sydney by 7 points. They were down by 14 points midway through the second term. Mooney goes up, beaten by Bullis, knocked on by Kellaway. In goes Bauer, taken by Prescott. He boots it inside the 50. Roos goes back with courage in front. Off hands Daffy, the opportunist, couldn't control it. Edwards stopped it. Overrun by Neeld. Coming through is Dunkley. Boots it as far as Campbell. He's right on the 50. Throws it on the left foot, pulling it back. Good position. 2 up was Lewis. Coming through at full tilt is Maxfield. Getting in the right was Dunkley. He lost the ball then. Went back and found it. Ties it up. And a whistle. Plenty of commitment there. Apparently Dean McRae has a twinge in a hamstring, so he's off the ground because of that. His form today has been very good. Gale goes up, knocks it down, straight to Lewis. Kicks it back to half-back. Broderick knocked away there by Chapman. Down in front, an opportunity for Doreen. Took too long. As a result, Naish's got it. Naish goes goalward from 45. That's got to be a free, doesn't it? Down there to Edwards. Dunkley just turned around and fronted him.
Yeah, it was a real jostle there, and because Dunkley had his back to the footy, as you can see here, has to be a free kick. No intent on the football at all.
So Edwards, from 15 metres out, gets the goal. His second, and we're back to a point.
Yes, and both sides unrelenting in their surges forward, not allowing the other side to get too great a break. Even though it has been a slightly untidy game, disposal-wise, the intensity has been quite high.
In the middle we go again. Still anyone's game here at the SCG. Bullis goes charging at it, but it's Kepler who does the roving work for Sydney. Pokes it wide out towards the wing. Broderick's got to give chase on this occasion against Chapman. Nothing in this at all. Creswell picks it up. Has a look up towards the half-forward line. A tired Bullis lumbers after it. Out comes Lockett on all fours with a crooked knee. O'Loughlin a chance, maybe. Around his body. Bends it back. Shades of McLeod.
Tell me the 90s superwoman's fixing her own storm damage these days.
You could say that.
Really? Worried?
Actually, the insurance company got the emergency services out in the middle of the night and even organised the roofing contractor.
I bet that cost a bomb.
No, it's free with my house and contents insurance. Aussie Home Assist, they call it.
What sort of insurance company does that?
Mum, it's the RACV on the phone. They want to know if everything's okay.
RACV Insurance. It's not just another insurance company.
What are you going to do now?
Switch?
7 points again, the Swans way. Mooney goes up, knocks it down. Knights against the flow. Campbell on the overlap, comes down inside the 50. A telling kick, Edwards. They are slugging it out at the SCG. Edwards will line up for his third. We've been spoiled last night at Football Park, Sandy. Yep. And now this one. A couple of terrific contests. Stuart Edwards showing his third goal of this half. And as I mentioned the game, in place of Matthew Richardson, can he be the hero? Good looking effort. It's a goal, I fancy. It's good. Goal for goal. 13-5 to 12-10.
Yes, you're right, Dennis. He could very well be the fellow ends up being the hero down there. Quick hands there from the experienced players. Knights and Campbell combining there. Once again, Dunkley just up a bit early. Just missed timing his jump.
Left in this game. Mooney does the ruck work. Campbell comes over the top. Bullis tries to get it out of the middle, so too does Bow. In fact, it's Bow who gets a kick. It wobbles all the way down towards Edwards. Round his body he goes, but he pulls it too far and goes out of bounds. Out of bounds on the full. Paul Roos. Well, this is going to be his first kick for the day. Brings it back into play. Fisted away from Brendan Gale. A chance for Broderick. Wobbles one down towards the forward line once again. There he is. Edwards a chance to give Richmond the lead.
Yes, he's giving himself an opportunity by playing in front when the ball comes down as awkwardly as it did on that occasion. Makes it terribly hard for the defender to get near it. Broderick to play the kick. A real tumbling punt.
Stuart Edwards going for his fourth. He's already kicked 2 in this term. For Richmond to hit the front here at the SCG. 4 goals to Stuart Edwards. Tiger fans wrapped at being ahead by 5 points.
It's a good example too when you get to a situation where it's a tight game. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes of pretty good football to give yourself an edge. either get back into a game or assert some authority on the game. Now they find themselves in front, Richmond.
Tigers by 5 points. 88 plays 83. Willis has been very good, beaten this time by Mooney. Worked forward by Cresswell towards half forward, knocked on by O'Loughlin. Here comes the skipper for the Swans, Kelly. Gives it back to Gray, who pulls it back towards full forward. Lockett in front. Turner, he's done a great job. He got a fist on that one. Daniels going nowhere. Chapman dragged down. Garlick somehow gets through. Smothered off the boot by Bond. It's a goal. Daniels.
Inexperienced workers are too often blind to the dangers of their jobs. They're sent in without the training to do their work safely. And without training, accidents are more likely to happen. It's time we all opened our eyes to the value of training. Don't let their first day be their worst day.
Well, it might be a nightmare season for tipsters, but it's a grand year for football as this seesawing struggle continues. Huskis puts Sydney into attack again, down towards Garlick in the right forward pocket region. Garlick still going, he looks for the free kick, and he's going to get one, is he? Yes! Simon Garlick in the right forward pocket.
Tension was right there, but the kick just not good enough. Too high.
Michael Gale. Well, that's very wide as well. So Jason Daniels will get a chance to come back once more for Sydney. In the glare of the sun, he heads in towards the shade and Lockett. And a free kick has been found. It's going to go the way of Michael Gale. Still plenty of time, just under 11 minutes in this game for either side to snatch a thrilling win. Campbell at the back, gives it away to the running Maxwell, and Stewie does love to run. Campbell going with him to provide the shepherd if necessary. Maxwell's almost down to the 50. From 55 metres, he floats it in towards Edwards, who's the man he wants. Lewis was at the back, couldn't take the mark. They lock it up, trying to get it out was Kellaway towards Daffy. Daffy has a snap, it's going to be close, but it's away to the left. One behind. A thriller. Scores a level. Doreen. Daniels hugs the boundary with the kick. Cresswell. He's at right half back. Man on in the middle. Huskis. He can take it and go. Huskis running up towards the wing. Kicks down towards half forward. O'Loughlin camped in front. Over the top, Dunkley. Wow. A move by Ron Barassi. Dunkley's had his problems with Edwards at the other end, suddenly on the forward line. He's not the best kick in the world, but he can take a strong grab, as we see.
Obviously on Cotton, so handball to Bays, but the umpire, Rowan Sawyers, hadn't set up properly, so he has to go back and try and kick.
So Dunkley, I doubt he can score from here. Taking plenty of time. Stuttering approach. Well, not a bad effort. They gave it a right, it's a behind. Not textbook, but he got the distance. And as a result, Sydney have got the lead. Scott Turner's got the ball. Done a remarkable job on Walker. Straight down the middle goes the kick. Big leap up in front. Buckley again. No, not paid. Gotta pay it, says Cresswell. Dunkley can't believe it. Looked to mark. Obviously the umpire much closer to it than we are. Just to hit the deck. Up goes Mooney, gets it down. The kick comes from Prescott, but only as far as McPherson, who's done some good things. He's alongside the centre circle. Decides to go very wide. Garlick's got the fly. In fact, Kelly it was who went up. diving in their press, got great desperation, and another searching run around the outer side. In fact, he's fumbled Maxfield. Now he's got control of it. A couple of bounces, pulls it back towards the middle. Edwards is the target, knocked away by Lewis. In comes Daffy, met solidly by Kickett. It spills to Kill away across the body. There's a whistle and a kick is going to the Tigers.
I think Derek Kickett pulled Daffy out of the contest there without the footy.
And umpire McLaren right on it. So Daffy going at his third of the afternoon. It'll be a timely one, straight through the middle.
8:30 tonight, after the Home Improvement Special, see the very best commercials the world has on show. Plus, you could win 2 cars or a Nintendo family pack.
That's magic.
The world's greatest commercials at the special time of 8:30 tonight.
A bloodbath in the ER.
A kid walked into the ER with an assault weapon.
Now a doctor must save a murderer.
I hiccup, he'll never wake up.
No one would blame him.
Did you kill this patient?
Discover the drama of Chicago Hope after Blue Healers Tuesday.
Just over 8 minutes remaining here at the SCG. 4 points there for the taking. Maxfield can't get away on that occasion for another run down into the forward line.
Takes a bit away from the game, and the man on the PA is saying don't come on the ground when they're playing. Nothing you can do about that.
Still in the middle. Mooney comes over the top. Brendan Gale lopes away, has a look down towards half forward, over the head of Doreen, just about clean bowls everyone. Lewis is there on the last line of defence, and he defends gradually, back to Doreen once again. Scotty Doreen comes over the centre, up towards the half forward line. Dunkley in trouble, tried to get it to Garlick. Now the Richmond defence pounce upon it. Whitney is there in trouble, I think at the bottom of that pack, and so too is Bond picking himself up. But Whitney may have a touch of cramp. We'll wait and see as McRae stands by to come back on.
He's had his share of injuries, hasn't he, Stuart Whitney?
Yes, he's done an ankle. Have to wait and see.
At best, I'd say.
And more bad news maybe for the Tigers, with, of course, Richardson already sidelined.
2 key position players down in the one afternoon. Whitney's been very good this afternoon. 15 possessions.
Reminder that the courtesy buses this afternoon will reinforce you from the ground.
It's unbelievable. But well, this is unbelievable too for Richmond fans and Stuart. We'll see if we can pick anything up here, Ross. Very difficult.
Yeah, just can't see anything specific from that, Sandy. Obviously, they might have played.
So while they announce the raffle, this is unbelievable. 7 minutes to go. What have we got? 5 points the difference, and we're talking about the club raffle. Still, we're not.
Because you didn't win it. Whitney leaves.
The 23,000 are getting a funny impression of footy, though.
Well, but the game goes on now. That is very bad luck for Stuart Whitney and for Richmond. 5 points the margin. It's the Tigers that lead. Lachlan was in that pack, and he applies a pretty good tackle too. Jason Daniels there also. Free kick has been fouled. Holding on.
Yes, to Paul Broderick. Untimely free kick to be given away too.
20th possession coming up for Broderick. And just to learn from Russell Morris that it was the ankle, or is the ankle, for Stuart Whitney. Broderick towards Bullis. On centre wing, unable to take it. Bays runs out of room as Brendan Gale makes sure he's over the line. So inside the last 7 minutes. Mooney in front. Kelly gets a short kick towards Cresswell. Cresswell still at the bottom. He did well, working hard. Gives it to Dean McRae across to kick it back to McRae. Well, that's the way he wanted it. Eventually, Daniels accommodates him. Up towards the half-forward line. towards Lockett. This time in front of Turner. Can't take it at the second attempt. They pounce upon the football like lightning. O'Loughlin goes through, but without it. Maxfield's away for the Tigers. Pumping it towards the outer side. Wanted tape, couldn't take it. Now Sydney may have the numbers. Although Daffy persists and he pushes it down towards the 50. Nick Daffy gets a kick round his body towards Edwards. Over the top! And it rolls through for a goal! The Duck has done it again! 4 goals to Daffy to win this term, and suddenly Richmond lead Roscoe by 11 points.
Yes, and there's a couple of Sydney players off the half-forward line had a chance to get hold of the footy. They just fumbled a little. Lawson, the ball finishes down the other end, and Daffy, who's been a handy contributor, I think Sandy said earlier on that John Northey just mentioned, he kicked 4 or 5 a game. He'd be happy, but he's 4.
Well, despite the injuries, the Tigers have been terrific this afternoon. Gale gets it down. Prescott smothered off the boot. It ricochets across to Campbell. He went for Broderick. Nothing doing there. Daniel surrounded. And a bounce inside the last 6 minutes. Still plenty of time for the Swans. They trail by 11 points. They need the next goal. Gale goes up, thumps it down. Knights keeps it in front, headed towards the outer side wing. Still Knights. Close to the line now, gets the kick away, hugging the boundary. Back goes Tate, fingertips to it, couldn't rake it in. Oh. And that should be a free kick. No doubting that. Whatever possessed Gray. Tate's got the free kick. The ball had harmlessly crossed the line, and Gray simply slung Tate. Tate, very sharp angle. This is to the near side. The margin is 12 points. That's the undisciplined pocket this afternoon. Miranda earlier today, and now Gray. Short one into Mooney. Left back pocket, Mooney into Miranda. It ricochets out of bounds. They can't afford that. Throw it in, says the umpire.
Under 5 minutes remaining. 2 straight kicks, the difference at the moment. So we check the score from the MCG. Play here goes on. Gale's kick was smothered. Daffy tries to storm his way through and he almost gets there. Well, he threw it, said the umpire. In his attempt to get through. So Bays will take the clearing kick from halfback. Up towards centre wing. They desperately need something now. Paul Roos was in the thick of things there. Been a very quiet day for him. In fact, picked up his first kick earlier in this term. Mooney goes at it. Kelly down towards the half-forward line. Dunkley can't get clear to get a crack up towards full forward. Pushed wide towards Prescott once again. Also Kelly. Kelly, sheer persistence. Young captain leads by example. Almost down to centre wing. Gale tries to fist it out of the air and then he applies the tackle. Wade Chapman picks himself up. Gale, Campbell almost taken high, although he ducked a little. Daniels eventually has the free kick. Disentangles himself from Campbell. Goes short. Time ticking away now for Sydney. Kepler in trouble. Hand pass goes straight to Bond, but he's caught standing still. And we'll have a bounce at the 50-metre line for Sydney, but they're desperate for a goal. They're down by 12 points.
Well, if you like your footy raw, the last couple of minutes have been outstanding. Down goes Gale, in goes Campbell, slapped out of there by Daniels. Opportunity for Bond, gets the kick-off down towards the wing. Now a chance for the Tigers. Loose ball at right half forward. Tate runs onto it, kicks inside the 50. Coming up the ground is Gray, knocked away by Edwards. Daffy going nowhere, dragged down by Lewis. Nay stood his ground, releases Daffy with a brilliant hand pass. And he's missed. But, as they say in the classics, as good as a goal. Well, a handy one. Either way,
It's 4 goals for to Nick Daffy.
So the Swans needing something special here. Doreen wasting no time. Goes long towards the outer side. Big leap out there by Broderick. Missed the mark. Waiting down in front. Knight's clever. Gets it to Maxfield. He measures the kick. He hits for home. The Tigers have won it.
Well, that's his second. He's looked at his rating a bit. Just the 13 possessions for Stuart Maxwell. His last quarter's been pretty effective. What a slick handball from Matthew Knights. Fantastic. It's still had to be finished off. And that's the end for the Swans.
Well, they were down a point at quarter time, 6 points at half time, 3 points at three-quarter time, but now the Tigers looking pretty good. They lead by 19 points with just a couple of minutes to go. Kickett tries to get through, can't do so. Pushed up towards Bays. Gets a tap, but it goes straight to Bow. Ricochets on to Campbell. Campbell has a look up forward. Richmond finishing full of running. Edwards, Daffy. The Duck may get another chance. He's got it 40 metres out from goal. Hooks it round his body, but there's no one home, and Gray takes the mark on the last line of defence. Kicks towards his captain. Prescott is with him. Prescott gets front spot. Kapler comes in over the top. They push it just inside the 50.
He's been very good, Ashley Prescott. I mean, I regard Kelly as the toughest player pound for pound in the competition, and Prescott has matched him every inch of the way.
Yes, coming into the lineup. He's done a fantastic job. Doreen close to the boundary line and eventually over. As this crowd of 23,174, well, they're starting to filter out. And that's prompted the PA to get going again. Give it one more burst with under 2 minutes remaining. Bays, Campbell, Kapler, and Wayne Campbell slammed over the boundary line in towards the hoardings. Youngster from Bendigo, who's made such a grand impact. Tate finds the boundary line.
Real gutsy win, this one. I mean, losing Richardson, upsetting the team balance. Edwards stepping in, doing a great job, kicking 4 goals, and they've really stuck at it. A couple of times they looked gone.
Then losing Whitney.
Yeah.
Midway through the final term.
It's just been a battle of wills, hasn't it, the last 15 minutes or so, and they've prevailed.
Again, it's over the line with Wayne Campbell. Paul Kelly's tried his heart out. As we've said, Ashley Prescott has done a wonderful job. With just over a minute remaining. Ruse and Neeld. Kapler tucks it under his arm and is away. But just how safe that kick is going to be remains to be seen. Mark Miranda goes in towards full forward, a big pack of players, and it's belted over the line for another score up behind. Also having his problems, Daniel McPherson.
In that sort of afternoon, you can't question the effort of players from either side. Doreen straight down the middle, and Miranda takes a very good mark. Tough day to start, but he's come back in the last 10 minutes or so with a couple of good touches. Now to 45 seconds. Miranda goes for distance. They'll contest about 20 metres out. Edwards goes back. It's fisted away. Down in front, Naish. Tackled by Kickett. Still it's Naish running away from his own goal. Gets around Kapler. Free kick. It's going to be a free kick to the Tigers. Something happened off the ball, did it? Well, how come it's Naish's kick? Naish had the ball all that time.
I can't help you, Dennis. I was looking elsewhere, unfortunately.
Sorry, Roscoe. Naish has got the ball.
Perhaps I shouldn't have spoken.
I was in deep enough. I didn't need you to come in with me.
That's a team game.
So Naish gets on the siren, and how's that? The cream. The Tigers have got victory. Mace gets his third. And in the end, the record books will show a convincing victory for the Tigers. 26 points, 17-14 to 14-6. It was less than that. Sydney had their chances to win this game, but as we said, it came down to who wanted it most, and you had the feeling, despite their problems, despite their injuries, and the unsettled nature of their team, that the Tigers wanted it more when it counted.
And a big final quarter, a 7-goal final term for the Tigers, with Richardson hobbling on crutches as we go down to the boundary. And here's Russell.
Sandy, I've got Scotty Turner. Oh, that's fantastic, keeping Lockett to a couple of goals. What about the feeling?
Yeah, it wasn't only me putting the pressure on Plugger. It's the on-bowlers like the Bondies, Nacy, Campbell, Maxfield, all in. It's just great when all them blokes help out.
How do you find like pushing and shoving with Tony in the goal square? Like you matched him very well with strength.
Yeah, well, this year I put on a bit of beef, so Plugger's still a bit stronger than me, but the way the ball come in today wasn't very good for him. But
then again, like when you're pushing and shoving a player like Lockett, you might have expected him to concede like 4 or 5 goals. Like, to keep him to 2 is a very exceptional effort.
Yeah, and he kicked a couple out in the full, so that was all right. So that would add up. No, but just to keep him to 2 and the boys up, just a great win up here, especially.
Well done, good luck and celebrate.
Thanks, mate.
Yes, thank you, Russell and Scotty Turner. A fine achievement by him, with Tony Lockett kicking just 2 goals in the match, 1 in the first term and 1 in the final term. But the Richmond players have gone over their faithful fans, those based in Sydney and those who've made the journey north to watch their side this afternoon return to the winner's circle and return to the top, I believe, of the AFL ladder. The final scoreline here at the SCG, Richmond 17-14, 116. Victorious over Sydney 14-6, 90.
Ron Barassi loves talking footy. Listen in Monday night on Seven's latest footy sensation.
Wow, look at that. Nissan Solaires are under 21 grand with air conditioning and power steering.
Jeez, a Nissan Navara Nugget 1-ton cab chassis for $15,990? Oh, that's unbelievable.
Awesome, look at this. Nissan Patrol Turbo Diesels are under 43 grand. Under 43 grand? That's as cheap as...
Take away a great deal at your Nissan dealer right now.
Banana, 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 make those bodies sing.
Make those bodies sing.
Banana, 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 make those bodies sing. Make those bodies sing. Banana, 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 make those bodies sing.
Immerse yourself in the mildness of purest white imperial leather.
Pick apart, pick apart, pick apart, pick apart. Don't leave that car just sitting in a heap. Come to Pick Apart, where everything's cheap. Second-hand parts for second-hand cars, from a door to a wheel or a bumper bar. Now at Pick Apart, there's nothing on the shelf, because you bring your tools and do it all yourself. Check out the cars for the part that's right. You're sure to find it. There's hundreds on site. Then you strip the car for the parts you need. Pick apart, but do it carefully, because there's no warranty. Fussell Road, Kilsyth, 7 days a week. Entry's free and everything's cheap.
7 goals to 3 in the final term here at the SCG in Richmond's favour. The final scoreline, the Tigers 17-14, 116. Nick Daffy booted 4. Stuart Edwards booted 4. Sydney 14-6, 90.
The 1995 AFL Premiership season. Brought to you by Mitsubishi Motors Australia, Qantas, McDonald's, Mobil, Carlton Draft and National Australia Bank.
Well, Roscoe, a case of good news and bad news for Tigers. Sydney after leading for the first 3 quarters, but Richmond showing great courage in that final term despite their injury problems.
Yeah, terrific mental capacity, Sandy, to overcome losing Richardson in the first quarter and then to lift in a game which was marred predominantly by bad disposal by hand and foot. The intensity was there, maybe the pressure of the one-on-one contest made that disposal a bit ordinary, but there were a number of times also to qualify that where players were in the clear and the kicking was just very poor. Wayne Campbell had a fair sort of day, and Edwards, when he went to full forwards, and he was terrific to fill in for Richardson.
Didn't he? Yep.
Oh yes, finished up with 4 goals, and they were important times to kick goals when Richmond needed them. So his effort was terrific. Daffy, of course, with his 4 goals, and also some work around the ground he did was very good. Disappointing, I think, for Richmond, for the Swans, Sandy, the fact that Roos, having had such a fantastic game last week, really couldn't get the footy today. In fact, was running around a lot, but not to position that was going to be of any advantage. Turner did a great job on Lockett. Sometimes the delivery to Lockett wasn't that particularly good, but you've still got to be there and try and nullify him and put pressure on. Garlick was perhaps their better player as a forward, kicking 3. But they just lacked someone to really stand up in the forward area at Sydney when they did go forward and take control of the game.
Yes, and that knee, I think, obviously also maybe having some effect too on Tony Lockett.
Perhaps so. When he was kicking for goal, his grounded foot to the left, which did have the knee problem, perhaps he's a little unstable. But I just thought he just wasn't fluid enough anyway. Sandy, he's kicking through the ball, kicked 2 goals, kicked a couple out of bounds on the fall.
How good, the Tigers?
Well, I think this shows that they can lift without their better players like a Richardson as a focal point, so it's a great sign.
Excellent. So there it is, some of the highlights from a very good win in the end for the Tigers. Mark Neeld, Russell no doubt would be very happy with those 4 points.
Oh yes, we're breaking up, Sandy, but it doesn't mark. It's Sandy Roberts, and you must be very happy, obviously, with the effort today.
Oh yes, we're wrapped to come up here and get the 4 points. It's a hard trip up here, but all the boys were committed and we just added all day, and they just finally cracked in the last few minutes.
And you played on Paul Roos today, obviously, and you did really well, because I think he only got a couple of touches and I only got 1 kick in that last quarter. When did you actually find out you were getting Roos to play on?
Swoop had a word to me Friday night and just watched a couple of videos of Paul play. Obviously he's a very good player, and I just tried to stay as close as I could to him all day.
So did he try and, what sort of tactics did he try to get away, like running away and trying to jump over the top of you? Did he push and shove? Because he is a really good player, so it was an exceptional effort.
Yeah, he's very fit. He just tried to run all day, and I just tried to stay as close as I could, and that's about what it came down to.
Have you had any tagging roles before?
No, first try.
Oh, that's not a bad effort. It is fantastic.
What about the other guys? Career there.
Yeah, like Scotty Turner was exceptional again on Lockett.
He did very well on Plugger. He just got in front and, like all the rest of them, just at him and they finally cracked.
Mark, just before you go, have you got any news on the injured players, particularly Richardson and Whitney?
Look, no, so I've just worked in, got no idea what's the matter with the boys, but...
It was a courageous effort to come back and to carry on despite losing those 2 key position players.
Yeah, I think it was, but when we were out there, look, we hardly noticed that they were gone. Look, everyone was so committed to win, especially get back on the winners list. We've been embarrassed last week against Geelong, and we were just determined to win, and we did. It's very hard to notice out there, who's missing and everything. Well, but obviously we did miss them, and hopefully they're not too seriously injured.
Yeah, let's hope so for their sake. Roscoe, just before we go.
I was just going to say, Mark, when Russell asked a question about your tagging role, Roosie does run around. Did you think he ran out of position a few times, Mark?
Yeah, he's a very smart player. A couple of times I went to get the ball and he ran the other way. But my job was just to stay with him, and that's what I tried to do.
Yeah, terrific job.
Yes, well done. You've got a plane to catch, so I'll let you go. Congratulations, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Sandy, the news is for Whitney. He's lying on the table. He's got his ankle heavily strapped with ice, and Richardson obviously is on crutches, so I'm sure the medical people will have a look at that tomorrow. We'll know more about it tomorrow.
All right, thank you, boys, very much. Roscoe, your votes, please.
Well, I gave Kepler top votes because he got the ball often enough, and I thought he's probably the best disposer of the ball all day. Daffy, I thought, was the best forward. Kick 4 for Richmond was very damaging. And just for pure effort, and got the ball about 20-odd times, Kelly, and I thought he really did lead by example.
So there it is, Darren Kapler getting the votes as far as Roscoe is concerned in the Sports World Footballer of the Year. Another big game today. It's at the MCG. The word we get up here, Gerard Healy, is that Collingwood have become the walking wounded. Can you fill us in?
Well, that's exactly what they are, and they're doing a fantastic job right at the moment. But Mick McGowan went off with a calf, as we explained earlier. Craig Kelly hasn't been on the ground since halfway through the first quarter. Lee Walker went off with a serious knee injury, and he won't be seen again today, perhaps out for the season. But the man on screen, Big Savoy Rocker, he's kicked 5 goals to date and really has, in this term, brought Collingwood back into the game. They looked gone. Melbourne looked like they were going to run all over them after half-time, but the Big Sav has kicked 3 goals in this term to get Collingwood back on board. And look, the game was terrible to half-time, to be honest. There were 7 goals kicked. Since then, there's been 8 goals kicked in the short period of time in the third quarter to date, and the game really has gone up about 5 notches. I thought Collingwood were finished, but they have to a man lifted, and they are making a great contest of it. One would expect that Melbourne will go away with this game simply by virtue of their greater manpower. But it's been a terrific battle up in the Melbourne forward line. David Neitz has kicked 3 goals, that being one of them. He's kicked the last one we just saw here at the MCG. David Swartz has also kicked a couple. And Jim Steins and Damien Monkhorst are having a running battle. There's been fists and elbows flying willy-nilly. Jim Steins well on top at the present time. Monkhorst is going from the ruck to centre half forward. So there's plenty of action here at the MCG,
Gerard,
and one gets the feeling it's going to be a last man standing affair.
Yeah, Gerard, just one question to you. David Schwartz has come back. How have you viewed that?
A little bit patchy, but in the context of what he's been through, it's been quite remarkable, Sandy. 2 goals to date, a vital one only a couple of minutes ago, and he's been very impressive.
So the score at the moment, as we see it?
Well, there it is, about 27 minutes into the third quarter. It's Melbourne with a slender lead once again.
But you do believe that the Demons will hang on and win it?
I think they should go away with it because of the injuries to the Pies, but they're putting up a great performance.
Yeah, great to see. All right, Gerard, thank you very much for that. That game, of course, will complete round 9. We look ahead to round 10. Big one on Friday night. Crunch time for North Melbourne. Whilst on Saturday, Melbourne plays Sydney. St Kilda plays Fremantle. Big game at Cardinia Park after Adelaide showed enormous heart last night. They will take on the rampaging Cats at the Cattery. Should be a beauty. Collingwood play host to Fitzroy at Victoria Park. Then comes Sunday, we have 3 games. Some big ones here too. At Optus Oval, Carlton plays Hawthorn. West Coast plays Brisbane at Subiaco, and a vital game for Footscray as Richmond returning to the winners list with them at the MCG. The Tigers victorious today here at Sydney by 26 points.
And now, part 2 of a 7-sport doubleheader. For a couple of hours last Sunday, Brisbane felt at home. The Bears of Robert Walls managed to beat St Kilda and savour some local support in a rare appearance at the Gabba. It has been, it will be one of the longest and most arduous road trips in AFL history. 5 away games in 6 weeks. Today, the Bears are in Subiaco. They face Fremantle. After such a positive start to the season, injuries, suspensions and successive defeats have thrown a shadow over the AFL rookies. Today, the Dockers must regroup. From Subiaco in Western Australia, Fremantle and Brisbane clash on AFL Sunday.
And a very good afternoon to you, and welcome to Subiaco Oval in Perth for the game between the Dockers. It's their first home game at Subiaco, and the Brisbane Bears, all the way across the length and breadth of Australia to come and play 2 matches in WA in 2 weeks. The Dockers this week and the Eagles next week. And there are the Dockers fans. Well, they're pretty jammed in there and nice and colourful, but I can report that there aren't very many here at Subiaco Oval. It's a very disappointing crowd. Remember 2 weeks ago when they played the Eagles at Subiaco? It was then the Eagles' home ground and you couldn't get a spare seat. And the Dockers, they weren't allowed to bring their anchor in that time, but here they are today, and this is something that we haven't quite seen in AFL football before. The Fremantle Dockers and their support group with the anchor being rolled onto Subiaco Oval, but perhaps a disturbing scene is that all those vacant seats in the background. Pretty hard to guess the crowd, but maybe 10 or 15,000 would see it right out. And we're used to seeing Subiaco Oval with 40,000. Anyway, this game pretty vital for both teams. 10th and 12th on the ladder, both with 3 wins and 5 losses, so vital for both to get a win here today.
The the 1995 AFL Premiership season. Brought to you by Mitsubishi Motors Australia, Qantas, McDonald's, Mobil, Carlton Draft and National Australia Bank.
And good afternoon to Terry Wheeler.
Good
Welcome
afternoon,
to Perth. We did report earlier on that it was raining, but that was a long time ago. The sun is now out and we look like having good conditions for the game.
Actually, yes, conditions are quite ideal just at the moment. The surface, as was reported over the last few weeks since the opening of the new Subiaco stand, is absolutely magnificent. So everything is set for a very good game of football, Drew.
I hope that cart with the anchor on it doesn't get into the surface. It looks as though it might just about get through the surface.
But it's quite impressive, isn't it, the way in which the Fremantle people have got behind their side, and this being their first home game, they're right into it. And perhaps, I think the crowd will build up gradually over the next few minutes, and let's see how the Dockers go in this, their first game at home.
I can confidently report that anchor isn't metal. He wouldn't be throwing that over his head, would he?
No, he wouldn't.
Now let's have a look at Fremantle's season. They started so well, and in the first 6 weeks their worst loss was by 9 points.
Yes, I mean, they've been very good there in that opening 6 weeks. As you can see, the 3 losses are by very narrow margins, and their win against Fitzroy and Geelong were quite commendable. It has only been the last 2 weeks, in essence, the 4 quarters against West Coast, where they were really taken on by the physical pressure of the Eagles, and then the first half of the game at Victoria Park against Collingwood last week. After half-time last week, the Dockers did regroup and really started to show some semblance of form. Some of their key players are obviously the 2 experienced players who were recruited back to the team in Ben Allen and Scotty Waters, and both doing their job so very, very well in the kicks department. Marking Peter Mann has been absolutely incredible, with 62 for the season, some 9 marks again last week, and only, I think, 4 marks behind Wayne Carey on the leading marking list, and Matthew Burton coming back into the side today for Clinton Wolf.
Now let's have a look at Brisbane's season, and there are the Bears on this 10-day odyssey over in Western Australia to play against Fremantle and the Eagles next week, and this has been their season.
Yeah, and clearly the wins are more at home in the Gabba. But Adelaide, Sydney, and last week in Sydney, St Kilda, at home at the Gabba, they've been able to chalk up their wins. It's on the road that they've had their difficulty, and I think if Brisbane are to start winning away from the Gabba, today really has to be their day. It's a historic trip for Brisbane, coming over here for some 8 days, and they would look to chalk up this first one to be their win on the road. Their injury list, Drew, has been something that has really hampered them since early in the season. Craig Lambert, the best and fairest winner from last year, has been restricted. Ross Lyon, and then on the bottom there, Alistair Lynch, and that has been a severe blow to Robert Walls' coaching aspirations for this year.
And that is a lot of talent for the Bears to be missing, and we'll be back at Subiaco Oval after a short break.
Graham Corns joins McAvaney and Sheehan this week on Talking Footy, Monday night on 7.
I'm always traveling, I love being free, and so I keep living the sun and the sea, but my heart lies waiting there over the phone. I still call Australia.
Naughty girl.
Hey, this is new. Yes, very nice.
The old one went west in the storm along with the roof. It was 20 years old, but they replaced it with a brand new sofa.
Yes. New for old. Most of them are doing it now.
What about fair dinkum new for old? You know, with no surprises and nothing to leave you out of pocket. What sort of insurance company does that?
Don't tell me. RACV Insurance.
It's not just another insurance company.
This is it. The missile is launched. He's left the ground. The hands are out. He's going for it. This is football history. This is the Age Aussie Rules CD-ROM.
All the answers to all your Aussie Rules questions. Every argument-settling footy fact. Plus a fantastic grand final strategy game and a dream team calculator and score sheet. This is football history. The Age Aussie Rules CD-ROM. Another footy first from the Visual Entertainment Group.
A 1 hour home improvement super special with a brand new episode.
I can fix this.
Then come behind the scenes with Tim Allen to meet the cast and see the episode being made.
No good can come from this.
7:30 tonight, followed by world's greatest commercials. What's it really like to stand in Tiananmen Square?
You can fit up to 1 million people in here.
Where's a place you can truly pamper yourself?
This is one of the very top spots.
And which famous site is just a short drive from Sydney? Find out 8 o'clock Tuesday.
Welcome back to Subiaco Oval, and 7 changes from last week's side which went to Victoria Park and lost to Collingwood for the Fremantle Dockers.
A significant amount. Jared Neesham certainly doesn't mind making a change, but the return of Scott Chisholm after a 1 week injury is an important one, and Matthew Burton returning after 1 week in the Western Australian Football League. The key players for mine, Peter Mann, certainly been a tower of strength in the marking area for the Fremantle Dockers, averaging some 8 marks during the 8 games this year. And what he does, he really combines